noise. It is abrupt. Is an acquired taste. Just so that my friends here who are scared to death for their lives right now, no. What do you tell them? What do you have like a condition or something? What do they call you? What do doctors call you? No, red man. No, he's not a seal. Globally delayed. Globally delayed. All right. Internationally. It's a lot of fun here. That's sort of what I was looking. Dicey, what do you think about this guy? I mean, I think he smokes weed, so we're all supposed to be good friends. And I've never fucked a white man, but I consider you. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Imagine if this is the first white man. Hell yeah, he's gonna just throw you around the room and shit. Just lift her up, put her up against the wall. I'm gonna Hell yeah. Jared, have you ever been with a black woman before? I have. Whoa. Now I get it, Tony. Before you hooked up with a black woman, he sounded like me. Perfect enunciation. One of the sweetest talkers in all of stupid. Jared, when you were with a black woman, did you notice something? Is there any differences that you noticed being with a black woman that's different than being with a white woman? A lot more open. How did the Migos get in here? I think what you're trying to say is the black of the berry, the sweet of the juice. Yeah. Oh shit. This bitch is about to throw her baby out the balcony. D-Madness is leaving. He's literally seen enough. I have to keep going. We have to go harder. Jared, if you had a chance at hanging out with Dicey, if she wanted to get romantic with you, right, what would be your first move? Where would you start with a delicious dish like Dicey? He is hard as a rocker. Speechless. Truly thinking about it. I like it when the guests actually listen to the question and think about an answer. That's what Elon Musk does. I know how to unite. We hanging through the glass. I'm sorry, Tony. Nigga, no, you don't. You don't know how to use your tongue. That's true. He is the decider of who the Gordon Ramsay of that shit just comes over your shoulder and yells at you. Jared, can you show us maybe a little bit of your proceeding technique? Perhaps you could face Yoni. Where the fuck's Yoni at? This guy, our camera guy's never anywhere to be found. There he is in the darkness. Just look right at him, right down the barrel there. Okay. Well, no, don't go that way, Yomi. Go in the middle of the room. Why do I have to tell you this? I mean, tell I want the audience to see how his pussy eating it. We need a camera for you, Yomi. We need a camera guy that just films Yomi filming the show. Just so everyone can see how silly his movements. His instincts are just wrong. All right, Jared. Oh, shit. This place is chaos. Look at you, the Canadian convoy himself, Jared Nathan, is here. There was a moment where nobody believed he could eat pussy. And then all of a sudden that tongue was flickering out with an incredible bonus amount of drool and extra lubrication. That is incredible. Yeah, punky. One thing before you get out, I don't mean to be serious, but you got man heart. You come out here, you be who the fuck you are, you keep it genuine and organic with yourself. Man love, straight up. Man love. That was beautiful, Jared. Very good work. Congratulations. You're going to be here tomorrow as well, right? All right. You're having fun. Everything good? You happy? Nice. Jared Nathan, everybody. Yeah. What a great golden ticket. Isn't it cool? Great golden ticket. I agree. Very fun stuff. All right, let's keep this fun train moving along. Let's see what happens next. Your next comedian goes by the name of Michael Ridley. Right out of the bucket. Seems like a new name. Yo, what's good? I'm Asian. But I'm also half white. I'm a fortune cracker. So half much. I'm a Philippine. What's good? What's good, Austin? Motherfuckers really about Austin, dude. I went to Tennessee to do some work for the CDC. They didn't even have vaccinations out there. I just stood in line and coughed in people's mouths. Just an Asian ass cough in all the rednecks' mouths. The yeller feller done coughed in my mouth. I'm sorry. They don't even have vaccination cards out there. They just go. You just go down to the office. They go get you some card stock and go down to the library and just print them out. Scribble something on there. Joe Biden don't need to know about it. There you go, Michael Ridley. Into the stand-up comedy. Hell yeah. Welcome to the show, Michael. Yeah, dude. What's up? How are you? It's your first time on here, right? Yeah. Awesome. How long have you been doing stand-up? 8 years, baby. Wow. Yeah. Where at? Virginia Beach, Newport News. Fucking Norfolk, Virginia. Did you come with the crew as well? Yeah, I did. You're the third person? Yeah. Wow. That's incredible. Yeah. Hell yeah. So you're friends with the redheaded guy with the tattoos? Yeah, kind of. Oh, shit. Probably not anymore. You guys love you, Nick. You guys have some drama? No, we're fine. We're homies, man. He helped me out. Okay. He's the reason why I got here. Very good. He posted a video of me at a local club, and one of my homies saw it, and they sponsored my trip and flew me out here, dude. So if it wasn't for Nick Dees, I wouldn't be right here right now. So I love that dude, yo. That's great. Yeah. It's like you're accepting an Academy Award parts and shit. I'm a parts manager. It's a nightmare. Yeah. It's a logistical nightmare. Okay, how did you get into that? I was doing oil changes and getting tired of that, and I just hung around from auto shop to auto shop. So, like, I'm, like, into cars and shit. Okay. I build, like, Miatas and shit. Oh, okay. Yeah. What do you think about that? Let me ask you this. What do you think about that new mid-engine? They're fucking gnarly as fuck, and I saw somebody actually drop one on a lift at one of my jobs. Like, it was on a lift and it fell. It's really shitty. When you look underneath, you can't, like, put it on a lift. It's, like, weird, like, where it looks like you can raise it. It doesn't. So I totally understand why somebody can totally fuck one up. How far did it drop? Like, sideways, the posts, like, go through the corner. It's all fucked up, like, just dangling like this. And those are old boomer white dudes. Like, man, you fucked up my goddamn Corvette and the new C8 there. Right. Yeah, you don't want to piss that dude off. Yes, I definitely don't want to piss that guy off. So, what kind of car do you drive? I drive a Tacoma X-Runner because I'm Filipino. That's like, it's like the Hyundai or something. No, fuck Korea. Oh. And you're a Filipino, you said? Yeah, I'm a jungle Asian. I'm seen as lesser. Hans looks down to me. Oh, yeah. You're Asian, you can say that. The last time I saw someone do such an insulting impression of Asians on this stage, it was me. You came out your guns a-blazing. Crazy. Absolutely. What do you love about being Filipino? I love how I'm basically like the vatos of the Asians. And white people love lumpia and pancit. And it's just like, I don't know. Every time there's like a holiday party at work, they're like, so you're gonna bring that pancit? You're gonna bring those egg rolls, you know, with the pork in it. I'm like, all right, whatever. Let me hit up my plug. Right. Because I don't know how to do that shit, dude. I'm half white, dude. You know? Okay. Very, very interesting. You seem like the kind of guy that watches Fast and the Furious on your phone. No, dude, I saw Tokyo Drift. Moved to Japan like a year later. Are you serious? Same situation, like military. Kid flies out, gets kicked out of school, flies to Japan to go live with his dad. Really? Like a month after I saw Tokyo Drift, I was living in Sun. That is the most like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's a small island off of Japan. Indeed. It's like Tori Natsu is from there. Fuck yeah, it's dope as fuck, man. I want to buy a condo there one day when I got hella money. Okay. Got the big dreams. Okay. So it's hard S at the end of that money. Money's. Yeah. What? Oh, my mic. What's up? I saw you last night too. Oh shit. What's good, bro? Oh shit. No, she didn't touch me like that because I'm patient zero with COVID. She didn't touch me like that. The way you was coming in that mic, they got I need to know the swab. Yeah. Where my unvaccinated people at? Let's make out. No. She's some antibodies real quick. Jesus Christ, this guy's out of control. I've never seen an Asian on crystal meth before. This is exciting. Yeah, dude. I graduated as Tony and Jesus. Yeah. What happened last night? I don't know. We got drunk as fuck and watched a bunch of homeless people fight in alleys. I didn't tell you that crazy last night. No. I was just tapping up. Yeah, it's just like drunk shit. Like, hey, what's good? Okay. Yeah. It's great. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate you. I love you. I love you too, Punky. No, I respect anybody in this goddamn game. Anybody in this company game, young man, this is one of the hardest jobs out here in the street, man. You got heart. Yeah. And I do want to spend Tony roasting everybody. Is that a mullet? Is that an Asian mullet? Yes, it is, dude. That is Asian. It's Theo Kong. It's what? It's a fucking Asian mullet, dude. I get pussy, dog. Oh, wow. What kind of kids, dude, bro? Oh, wow. My Riddle Pony, dude. I love that. My Riddle Pony, dude. That's me, baby. I'd be clapping cheese. Oh, yeah. My fucking wife loves this motherfucking mullet, dude. My wife told me, she's like, keep the balloons. I was debating on cutting. She was like, no, keep the balloon because it's like this character. And I really just want to buy a race car bed so you can fuck me in it. And I was like, all right. And I sent that to my barber, and he posted it on the story of me like sitting in the chair, getting all hitched up and shit. He cuts that message from my wife. I love you, Chelsea.
Jesus shit.
I'm married, man. I'll look at this. Asian dude with a white wife, dude. That's a flex.
How long have you been with her?
6 years, dog.
That is incredible. And to think you have all that and have a dowsier face than Jared Nathan. I mean, they're half Filipino, half white. It's just a white guy with full-blown Down syndrome.
You motherfucking retarded in Texas, baby. I'm here until the 22nd.
What's that?
Days. You want to do a quick set tomorrow at the Secret Show?
Yes, please.
Wow, look at that. There you go. It's like Ridley. How cool is that?
Yeah.
You just got a spot out of all this. Wait a second. Is that really your Instagram handle?
Cheeky Sweat. Yeah, that's me, dude.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm cheeky. I'm sweaty. Little Caesar's hot and ready, dude. I'm
Whoa. Holy shit. Eat your mom's spaghetti.
My knees are weak, bro. My arms are heavy.
Alright.
We're spitting bars.
This shit going down right now? You're gonna go all the way? I'm kidding. There he goes, Michael Ridley, everybody.
Yeah.
He's on Instagram at, well, you heard what he said. We'll get another name out of this podcast. We having fun out there? Makes noise for Rodney Smith. Here we go, Rodney Smith. Here he is, everybody. Rodney Smith.
How's it going? Alright, I think they should preserve the pronouns they, them for fat people and not the mentally ill. It's only gonna get worse, I guess. Okay, I like that one. Lizzo is a queen. Burger queen. They told me I'm way too scrawny to make that joke, and they said never make a joke about somebody unless you walk a mile in their shoes. But let's be honest, Lizzo's never walked a mile in her own shoes, so I get away with that shit. I'm barely single, so I've been vigorously trying to get my dick sucked in Texas. And guys, I think I'm cracking a code, so pay attention. When you meet a woman, you don't want to pursue her way too much right off the bat. You want to keep things short and sweet. The key is do not be short and sweet. Alright, thank you.
Alright, Rodney Smith. Coming in guns blazing, book in hand, 10 on the book. Now you sit your book down.
Yes, sir, I don't need it.
You don't use that book for interviews at all.
Yeah.
How's it going, Rodney?
I'm good, man. I'm kind of nervous. It's weird. I don't really get nervous, but
Makes sense. It's a big deal to be on the show.
yeah, no, I
You didn't know it was going to happen, but there was a chance it was going to happen, and now it's happening, and anything can happen. And you're in that moment right now. But if you think about it too much, it'll freak you out. So don't think about it. Anyway, how long you been with stand-up?
I just started about 2 weeks ago taking it seriously.
Wow, that's great. Congratulations. Welcome. Very cool. What made you want to start this?
I've been making memes and doing music and stuff like that, so I just kind of, I was tired of being a meme lord and getting called a pussy online, so.
Right. Yeah, you want to be called a pussy right here to your face. Hell yeah. A lot of boilies here tonight.
Did you have any famous memes that we might know?
I did. I've had a lot of viral memes, and I sound like such a douchebag bragging about that because it's such a loser thing.
Yep.
I made the one, maybe you saw it, was Joe Biden's face, and it said, me at the grocery store, I don't need to write this down, and it had Joe Biden's face, and it went super viral, like a lot of famous people reposted it.
Like who? It's your meme, you know exactly what famous.
Donald Trump Jr. reposted it, he actually follows me. Wow, come on!
Texas, grow some balls, and they got fucked this place up too, alright? Shut up.
After he did that, did you go to your doctor and have plastic surgery to look like that?
That'd be nice, man. I'd like some of that Trump money. I feel bad turning my back towards you.
Thank you.
Wow. So
This first person, I'm just staring at everybody's sweaty back.
incredible. So, let's talk about it, Rodney. What do you do for work?
I used to be an aerospace mechanic, but then I got arthritis, and then,
Pussy.
So now I work in finance. So I read a bunch of finance books, and I applied, and
How the fuck did you get arthritis? What's up?
I just, like, my immune system just went whack, and I just started getting, like, stiff joints and shit.
Stiff joints and shit.
Yeah, that's not good, though.
What happened? What changed?
I looked at some medicine initially, and luckily I'm young enough to where some old people get arthritis, they're all old and fucked up with their immune system. So if you catch it when you're young enough and you kind of kick it in the ass, you kind of, wow.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
32.
Yeah.
Okay. What is this? Oh, he was playing on the streets of Philadelphia. Because Redman thinks that arthritis and AIDS are the same thing. You're wondering what's happening here. It's because Redman is uneducated. In unbelievable ways. Perfect reference. Everyone will get the AIDS song is for the arthritis. You know you're a pussy when Redman's roasting you about your health. I keep it specifically about your immune system. Look at this fucking thing. He said that.
And I regret it.
And now you regret it. You're welcome.
لا
What
خيبة
do you do for fun?
لا خيبة
I'm kind of on my hard out shit right now, because I just
What is that?
I listen to, like, Joe Rogan tell me to work out every morning, and all of our videos on kicking bags and shit like that.
Hell yeah. So what do? You work out sometimes?
Yeah, I started. I know I'm scrawny, but, you know, so I've been working out, just trying to get healthy again. What's that? Dear me, yes.
You're like lacking confidence. You know what? I'm gonna have Monkey eat your pussy. We're gonna make you a man today.
I mean, tell me, it's gonna cost.
She's going to eat your pussy so hard that a dick is gonna appear after it's on. She's going to suck you inside out to fucking make a man out of you.
It is what it is. I mean, I'm really new to stand-up, so this is the first time I've ever been in front of a crowd. It's usually just other disgruntled open mic comedians just staring at me like I'm some crazy right-winger.
Right now, there's just a bunch of normal audience members thinking you're a crazy right-winger.
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, where were you on January 3rd? No, go ahead. Ask everyone.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. What do you like? So you come out here and talk about big black women, and then you talk about Donald Trump. Like, so you don't like what? How am I supposed to feel about you? Where does that leave you?
Don't make us come up to AKB
Where does that leave you? What do you have against big black women?
I got nothing against big black women, but, you know, the joke's a joke. Oh, you don't get canceled if you even happen.
All right. President Trump, get out of here. Trying to call it the joke's a joke. Yeah, he's eating it. I know this guy's a fucking piece of shit. So Rodney, what else? Tell us something cool about you. We've learned that you have a weak immune system, that you're a huge pussy, and the arthritis. Give us a redeeming quality. Like, there must be something cool in some way that you do, something.
I can rap.
Get the fuck out of here. You're doing this. You know, when Michael Gonzalez comes back from consciousness, you're gonna have to tell him what beat you won, because we absolutely. Can you rap to the streets of Philadelphia?
I'd rather not. Am I gonna get a Trumpy?
Okay, yeah, get it out here.
I can actually like a...
Matt's insisting that we do have it looped. Redman has looped it, so technically if you have any rap skills, you can rap to this.
Alright, fuck it. Just about the point where you can't deny it. I know in my face, but you still be loud. And you don't gotta let me know why I'm trying. Yeah, I'm already taking this a passion project. Never really got in trouble growing up, even though WoW was the worst one. But now I'm on the internet blowing up, and bitches really love me like blowing blunts. I like to know when she ain't hard to get, cause I'm gonna be hard to reach after I hit. And I ain't really shit, that's not a secret. And I don't like to brag, just the modest reasons. And I can make slaps with sticks and pans. And I can push a coupe in the read in Japan. And I can make your boo say, oh goddamn. And make her split her mind like she got a man. If she cheat on him, then she cheat on her.
Stop.
That beat sucked ass, man. That beat was fucking terrible.
I think you did good. I think you did good. That's great.
I ain't clapping my shit.
You did a lot better than I thought you were going to do.
I am clapping my shit. That wasn't rap. That was fucking country music. Serious? Come on, you're gonna give me anything for that beat? For the shit that I got accused of being...
You could have at least fucking rhymed gingivitis with arthritis or something like that. We wanted to hear something true to you.
Yeah, man, a joke's a joke.
Jet ski is here. Rodney, thank you for rapping for us. Thank you for coming up. It's good to get all different shapes and sizes of people up here. Welcome to stand-up comedy. You seem happy about it. Congratulations. We'll see you in the future. Thank you so much, Rodney Smith. You know, we're having fun here. That's a great idea, yeah. I'm gonna pull until we get a female out of this bucket. How about that? Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, Liz Splat. You know her. She's been crushing. She's been on this show before. This is a force.
Hey, what the fuck up, fellas? Have you guys ever had dick so good you start saving up for the abortion? Sometimes people in Texas don't like when I do that joke. And I'm always like, man, I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep doing these jokes because I'm killing it. You know what I'm saying? If anything, Cowboy has the Second Amendment joke. You know, and sometimes after those two stellar fucking jokes, people still don't like it. And I'm like, man, what are you guys, babies? Babies don't like abortion. Those are my three back-to-back abortion jokes. I'm done, I guess.
All right, there you go. Hey, you had a few seconds left in your set, but you know it's good to end things early sometimes. And she was done after the first one. That was almost brought the whole set to turn.
I would never bring anything to term.
Splat, you are a fucking force to be reckoned with. You come up here every time just smashing, commanding the audience, complete different fucking confidence and swagger than that lanky vitamin D deficient moron.
I hated that guy.
So unlikable. By the way, he was a great rapper, but he's so unlikable. Nobody gave
I think it's kind of a stretch.
Literally nobody wanted to be like, yeah.
We were all plotting on the demise for
Like, he's lyrically talented.
Yeah.
Liz, you're here, you're back. How's life been since the last time I saw you?
Dude, life has been trill as heck. The first one that I was on, it got me like a shit ton of followers. And then I got so famous, I reached peak fame. Somebody made one of those fake Instagram accounts of me.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they had like a porn link for it.
Hell yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? I wonder if it's just like, you know, like Molly in a wig.
you know? But they put her boobs on her ass. You know? Even deep madness got me.
Liz Splat's the real deal. Liz hooks up with all the black men that Punky doesn't look at twice.
What's up? Yeah, that's the economy, dude. She spits them out. They spit them out, you know?
He'll trickle down economy.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to.
This is like a real, yeah. This is like a real one. What?
A real one? Wait, what are you saying? I don't want secrets.
He has this weird podcast.
Wait, I want to know.
She talks even without the microphone. Literally, I think we just bring two babies on the show next time. What is going on here? Yeah, look, we have a little thing here.
I want to know.
I'm just confused.
No one's spitting in my mouth. I was trying to do a thing and it didn't go well. It was just like awkward afterwards. You know, my dad watches this. I regret it every time. Every time I talk about fucking black guys, they don't know what I do at night, you know?
Right, your parents don't know what you do at night.
Yeah, man.
Sneak out. They don't know what your parents.
No. I'm from Dallas.
There's some man in prison right now for raping your ass at 16 and he really didn't do it. She wanted everybody chicks. I don't trust your ass no more. Somebody in jail, right in jail. No, president, your daddy said something in jail. He's innocent. No, I haven't seen him. This bitch is crazy. She wanted to be spitting her fucking mouth. Free my niggas. I'll be the crazy bitch.
Punky motherfucking Johnson.
Yes, the opposite. I feel like you're a star. Thank you. I didn't think you're a star. Yeah. You're great, right? Thank you, bro. Yeah. Man, you made it all come back around. I got scared that I was gonna get like this thing that she just said. People were gonna think that I like accuse people of rape, but I'm a star. I don't accuse people of rape, dude. That's not cool, bro.
Now you talking shit, wait till your brother go to jail, bitch. What you gonna do?
He's gay.
She can still get him. She's playing.
Hey, listen. I don't know what just happened.
Liz, would you been known for flying and called the festival?
No, man, you know I had a roommate trauma, bro. Okay, so I got 5 roommates, right? Yes, bitch. I got 5 roommates.
Yes. You're a comedian. Yeah, so you just want some fun.
Okay.
Like I have 5 roommates.
Yeah.
One of the 6 roommates are always
Hold on, dude. One of them has agoraphobia, bro. She hasn't left the house in like a year. I swear to God. It's so scary. And my cat is your cat feel the weird hormones on her.
your cat's just assaulted your reclusive roommate.
Yes, and she'll scream at the top of her lungs like, and then like going down the stairs and I'm on a golf ball. I know, dude. Prison Mike comes up in her room and he's like, oh, she's in trouble, bro. Because he thinks the monsters outside.
Oh shit, even she knows.
Yo, the streets know, dude.
You are right. She is from the streets. She's brought a baby here.
Oh, I know.
Right, Jasmine. Let's say that's what they did something years ago. Now he's fucking sitting to the street. It's like a wall of nice women's room. It's just right up the stairs. You'll live expose the baby. It's literally unlike anything you've seen in your entire life. Oh God, is she doing the Michael Jackson shit? We do have to bring the baby up at some point. I guess the baby's gonna have like the third best set of the night in history.
Rothschild's your pre-made show. I love it. I mean, I just think you're unbelievable. I'm doing a stand-up show that's sold out here tonight. Hopefully do a little guest spot on it. There you go. Show me there.
I can't do the secret show. I'm at the Addison Improv, and they actually have Josh coming on at the LOL this Friday. And I got my first episode.
Wow, that's great. This is the perfect example of the light side of the moon here on Bill Tony is that all these people get this opportunity, and some of them are disappointed or this or that, and then someone like Liz comes up here week after week after week and gets 5 gigs from this one gig continuously. And that you're doing everything absolutely right here.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like you said, the light. I feel like I got all this weight because I'm starting to look like the light side of the road.
You are. You're like an Amy Schumer was fun.
Amy Schumer's in better shape than me. That's something else to be on there. I'm getting to like a white Nicole Byer level, bro. No, the deep cut. I didn't realize that'd be a deep cut. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They have to know what I mean. I don't know. Okay. You're very funny. I don't know your manipulation of your shit. I love you. You like making bitch. Okay.
And there she goes, Liz Splat, everybody. Liz Splat. Let's go straight to it, right? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to end an episode like this. There's one regular left. The man that has been part of the show longer than anybody ever in the show's history. With a brand new minute, just like every episode before, opening for Rogan, been opening for me on the road, everywhere, touring the country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is William Montgomery.
I'm Asian, but I'm also half white. So much better if I didn't fucking struggle on my work. It was running the fucking air conditioner here. Seriously, it's fucking crazy. Where is that fucking guy? Here's a bad idea. Lego condoms. Pete Davidson is blasting off the space this week. Is the only one-man member been through. Ticket prices for the flight are unknown, but it sure was nice of Kanye West to cover Pete's bill. More like shit good. I thought that last one was going to go so much better.
William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new minute.
It's so nice to be here. I had a real busy morning.
Yeah, tell us about your busy morning.
Every year, Southwest comes around. I look at the streets. I used to fly here once a year before the festival. I go in the alleyways, I look for homeless people, and then I fucking knife them. I have killed 3 fucking homeless people since last night. Wow. Why would you fucking do that, you dumbass? Why would you do that, Red? That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Stupid fucking noise you just chose.
So when you're stabbing these innocent homeless people, William, do you like you approach them when they're sleeping, or do you like having it awake with them?
I like it. I catch the ones that are drunk. I will follow them around. Hitting them in the head with something.
Like usually what do you hit them with? I can't really picture you carrying anything with you, like a hammer.
I have like a nightstick I carry around. People actually have written about me. I am the nightstick. I have murdered probably 30 fucking homeless people. I swear to God, I can't fucking get enough of it. It is such a fucking rush in those alleyways.
How does it make you feel?
God, it makes me fucking feel so alive when I'm hearing the shrieks of these homeless people. I hit him in the head with the fucking nightstick. I start choking him with both of my hands. What are you doing? I start choking harder. It's a whole ordeal.
Do you ever let any of them go? Do any of them ever make for their lives and convince you?
None have ever escaped. And I'm actually starting to think this was a horrible fucking mistake to start talking about this. Literally, they do know somebody has the nightstick. I don't know why the fuck. I would have just called myself out right there. I am the fucking nightstick.
Is this why you've been dressing wearing a lot of camouflage lately? We've noticed that you're blending in with everything that you stand in front of. Nothing better than camouflage and white wigs with penny loafers to blend in to wherever you are. I mean, unless you were standing at an extreme plant.
I can actually run too fast in these shoes. They're not slim. Because I swear to y'all, when I start hitting them in the head, the body, in the arms, and the legs with that nightstick, the blood is fucking flowing, and I need to get nightstick protected on the bottom of my fucking shoes. So these actually do a pretty good job.
Okay.
It was such a mistake me bringing up me tonight.
Dicey, what do you think about this guy?
I think he's so much more enjoyable than the other ginger with the
He's a better rapper, too.
Yeah, he was that dumbass. No, I'm kidding. I thought you did really good. I'm kidding. I only said that because I was going to shoot me behind the fucking building after this happened. Box for that guy.
William, what else has been going on when you're not murdering innocent homeless people?
I've been playing a very fun zombie apocalypse today.
That's always fun to talk about during an interview.
And I just remembered, I discovered if you get a good chicken noodle soup and you cut up like 4 or 5 hot dogs, man, it is so good. It really makes
Now, this is the second episode in a row in which you talk about dropping. He has a crock pot and he started making soup. He became addicted to soup a few weeks ago. Basically started eating exclusively only soup, 3 meals a day. He would make different soups, even all the way to perhaps your pasta vegetables or your corn chowders.
He's half Asian. That's the first time I believe
He's not really half Asian.
No, I actually am half Asian.
No, you're not.
I'm actually half Asian. Not a lot of people know that about me.
Somebody say that tonight. You put those
I'm
signs.
half Filipino. Seriously, I'm half Filipino. People don't know that about me. It says it on my fucking birth certificate. I'm half jalapeno. Half jalapeno, God. I got fucking high as shit before this. Now words are fucking escaping my mouth. Half jalapeno.
That is just deep rooted in your DNA.
God.
See racism right there. I one of the half jalapenos.
Oh, no.
Wow. You are incredible.
No.
Just called an entire ethnicity jalapenos.
I was trying to say Filipino, but fucking jalapeno came out. How embarrassing. That is so embarrassing. I can't believe I just did that.
How embarrassed are you right now?
I'm pretty fucking embarrassed. I tried to fucking call a whole fucking race of people a pepper. A whole fucking race of people a jalapeno pepper. myself like that. I'm fucking doing that. It really is embarrassing. I'm not fucking around. It really is embarrassing. What fucking doing?
Yes, Punky.
Can we get security? This is dangerous. They're not even erasing me. But you know what? I'm letting them go there. That's like Tiger King should be like on the ski slopes or some shit, you know?
What is Tiger King? I have heard people talk about it.
Punky, I'm kidding. I know exactly what Tiger King is. He's actually a big inspiration. I love that guy. Where is that guy? There's another jalapeno action line. Where is that guy?
William, I noticed that you've been holding the microphone extra gently with your fingertips as of late. You just had both hands on it a second ago. Is that halfway there? Did you do that a lot where you hold the microphone like a piccolo?
It doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like that. There's no way it looks like that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that. Yeah.
It doesn't look like that.
Yeah, it does. For sure.
I don't think it looks like that.
Yeah. Punky's pulling up people playing the piccolo right now, and she's going to show you pictures.
I don't think it fucking looks like that.
William looks like a fried piper.
What did you just fucking say? The Pied Piper? The Fried Piper.
Yeah, she fucking got you good, dude. That's Jet Ski Johnson, legend of the show. How about Amber William Montgomery, everybody? Boom! We did it! South by Southwest unofficial Kill Tony episode. The drawing for Brian J. E-Belt is in. That is Dicey and Punky here on Kill Tony. Every print available at RyanJEbelt.com. Merch for sale on the corner. I'm going to hear for the band, everybody. What a special treat, all the way from Los Angeles, Comedy Store employee, top level alumni of Kill Tony. How about one more big hand for Jet Ski Johnson? One more hand for the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Matt Mueling on guitar. And the great D-Madness on the bass. Punky and Dicey have a new podcast coming out on the Kevin Hart's network called Let's Talk About It. So go find that. Dicey has a podcast called The Imperfection. Of course, Punky is, as of course we all know, one of the amazing stars of the current cast of the legendary show Saturday Night Live. And her and I worked together at the Comedy Store for over a decade. And it's so fun to see her wild success that I always said was right around the corner. There you go.
I love you, Mr. Gibson. This is Golden Corner right here. Always showing love. Always showing love.
Guys, see you next time, everybody. Thanks for coming out. Good night, everyone. Thank
רביעי בתחומו, אז הוא נוצר שם, הוא אסור לו לאכול. בשלישי, הוא לא יכול להכניס את הפה שלו, עכשיו אתמול הייתה נפגעים בגמור, שדלים, שהבן אדם עושה כאילו שיקור על הבחירות, והעצמו שלו נעשה שם. והוא אומר, כל הנראה ציטור ממש קלה, שש שורות סבירה, בעצם דודו יונסון, ששמול אמר שזה בגלל שהוא עושה כאילו שזה תגומה. הוא יודע שאומר, זה ממש שהוא אחד תגומה, ושניהם אומרים אותו פה הלוך, שהוא נעשה, הגוף שלו נעשה שלישי. שהנטייה שלו עושה רביעי, אפילו שאין בזה לא, אולי נכון בזה. לא צריכים לדמיון את זה. לדמיון את זה, אולי אתה אומר, היה לדמיון את זה, זה לא לדמיון את זה, לא מחר תקומו לעצמי. זה לא מחר, זה שכולית של תקומו מאוחר של תלגיס. והגוף שלו נעשה שלישי. אבל הנה, אני לקרוא, זה בגלל שהוא פעם אמר שהתנאי ביס אמיתי לקרוא אמיתי. אבל הוא עושה אמיץ וכאלה שכיפינו. לא שם, אבל אני נתחיל. תציעו. יש הבדלים בין אדם שאוכל תרום אמיתי לבין אדם שעושה כאילו של תרום, שכאן הוא לוקח ביס, אז הוא באמת נהיה שלישי, אבל כאן הוא לוקח ביס מה יקרה. אבל כל הבאתי לנמי שווי, אולי נקרא בבחורי, צריך לו, זה שתי ערבים, גם אצלנו, גם אולי זה אותו דבר. גם כשאתה עושה כאילו של תרום, גם כשאתה אוכל תרום, זה עושה גם לגמרי. עכשיו, להזכיר לכם לאתמול, זה בעצם מה שאנחנו עושים היום, קצת סוגיה, זה רק לעבור על הנקודות האלה, על 4 נקודות, 3 נקודות האלה. ולאדם, למה אנחנו חושבים על זה? רוצים לצלם ואדם, שעושה את עצמו כאילו, הוא מספיק על הכדור, יש שזה תמונו, עוד יותר חמור לכדור, זה כאילו זה עוד שוב שתיס המקדוש. אז יש 4 ספרויות שאתה עושה. שטויות, הנה זה כאילו שזה תמונו, זה נורמלי, שהוא לא מתקדם, החדר הזה יתקרא עם קרע, הפריקו עם קרע, אוקיי, יש לו חולה. הוא רוצה להגיע הביתה, הוא רוצה לומר לשמוע כל תמונה, לא אכפת לי מה, איפה תגיד מעשי, זה חולה, הוא צריך לעוד מה, אתה יכול להגיע למשיח, אני חייב להגיד כל זה, יש כאלה לשמוע, אבל שהגיע הביתה וכל הגיע את הכל, זה קורבנות, לא זה. אז זה שיטה מספר, זה בגלל שעושה, כאילו נעקה את הכל, יש זה השלוש. השלוש סיפות אחר כך, הוא לביות עכשיו, שתיים, שלוש, ארבע, הוא נכנס שלישי, ועכשיו השאלה שלישי שזה לא אמיתי, שלישי כאילו עושים את דבר וכל מה השלישי הזה יעשה? או שזה נעצר בשלישי זה לא עושה כל משלישי, או שזה שלישי וזה עושה עוד שיב, עוד קורבן ועושה אותו רביעי, שזה נורמלי, שלישי יבד מדרגה לשלישי, ויש שיטה יורד דקה, ויש שיטה שזה עולה דקה, זה עולה לשלישי, יש השני. אז לא פעם, או שזה נצא בשלישי, או שזה כלום, או שזה נצא בשלישי, או שהשלישי נהיה נורמלי, זה נוגע במשהו, הדבר הזה יורד דקה, או שזה עולה וזה עולה דקה. אז שם נגד כל הסיפות האלה, כדי הדמלה. אני אגיד לכם דבר, בואו נקרא את הסיפה הזאת, אתם רוצים לצאת את הטבלה, שיטה לזה. לא פשוט, לא רוב את זה, ספיר כל זה פה. יוסף רביצו לשמוע במנטו, עמית רגלצנו, ויוסף רביץ, זה מעניין, כתוב ביוסף סמיים, הוא ישר, לא פתח את הצלע ישר, הוא ישר הרבה זמן, לא יודע מה זה ביוסף יוסף. אוהב השלישי של הצעקוי להשכר, זה ההדלן, אנחנו הדלן בברית, זה הכותרת, הוא לנצר לעשות, זה כל הסוגיה. הוא עושה כאילו
Zoot, did you have your date?
Not sure about that.
Wait, what?
She got 43.
And she couldn't say no, I'm not working?
It's sold. It's sold. They thought it was going to be.
Did you get to open or anything?
I got to talk to JFK for a bit.
Okay, what did you say?
I get this. He told me something.
What's that, big dog?
He was meant to be in Philadelphia next 2 days because Kanye is doing stand-up and he was meant to open for him, but Shane Gillis is going to open for Kanye.
No way, I kind of heard something about this. That's amazing. What did I hear? There was a rumor on the Kill Tony Reddit that Kanye West was going to be on Kill Tony with Shane Gillis, which would like break the internet and introduce a lot of people to Kill Tony who don't know what it is. But then I didn't know if that was serious or not. That's amazing. That is some deep insight. So that should happen in the next couple days, and then it's going to blow up. Is that right? Yo, dog, is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Are you heartbroken?
Got what?
That girl, you didn't get to go on a date or whatever?
I'll see her Monday.
So you're not going to go on a date with her now? You're taking it. I mean, didn't you say that you were going to go out to dinner beforehand? So, I mean, doesn't she like to go to that place across the street or whatever?
Yeah.
But you never asked her to dinner?
I got sidetracked.
Okay, how did you get sidetracked, big dog?
I had to go home.
What in the fuck are you talking about? You had to go home and feed your dog.
So I was out in the city and someone texted me saying, family member texted me saying, you get a nice home, can you please feed the dog? So I went back home and fed the dog.
So like, didn't they know you had like a date?
No, it's not.
I'm confused, but I mean, okay, it is what it is. All right, so do you think you're ever gonna go on a date with this girl?
Yeah.
All right, give me odds, 0 to 100. What are the odds that you go out to dinner with this girl?
I'm waiting.
Okay, for what are you waiting, pimp? It is July, big man.
Okay, so she's going to the other side of the country September and October. So I'm waiting for it after that.
Doug, you're gonna wait that long for this girl?
Yep.
Why wait so long? Why wouldn't you just be like, hey, I know that you got, called into work or whatever, but, I mean, you could just ask her to do something.
Why would you take someone to like 2 months?
Because you like the person and she likes you, and you could just be like, hey, I just want you to know that I think you're really cool, and I want to know if you want to go on a date. If we have a good time or whatever, we'll go on another. If not, we'll just be friends. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? All right. What's up, Zoot?
So it was split for 2 shows, and he had Darcy on. Darcy did okay the first show, and the second show he absolutely fucking punked.
Oh, no way. So
Like, I'm talking like James came to on my phone and said that I read the last control you ever say.
oh, it was really that bad?
So James again just kept on trying to go wide on him. I said, Darcy, get off the stage. And Darcy was like, I'm having too much fun, even though it's bombing. And then, like, he bombed so bad, but the girl still came up to him after.
He bombed so bad that the girl still came up to him after? Oh, is he a good-looking dude?
I'm not gay. I don't know.
You don't have to be gay to say that a dude is good-looking.
I don't know.
I mean, if he still is getting attraction from chicks, then he's not bad-looking. All right. Well, when you say they shine the light on you, what's that mean? That they shine a flashlight?
Yeah. On his phone. The flashlight on his phone. I get it. Use the flashlight on his phone.
Yeah, no, I get it. And when you... So that's what's known as running the light? Okay, and when you're... Like, remember that time you were like... I was only supposed to do like 2 minutes, but I ended up doing like 5 minutes. And they were flashing the light at me, and I just kept going? Do you remember that?
That was my first time.
Yeah. I'm not saying it was bad or whatever. I'm just saying that, is it really obvious when they shine the light on you, like, oh, I need to hurry up?
Yeah, sometimes you can't tell.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, what if they, like, maybe is it like not bright or something?
I mean, you could be either looking down for whatever reason, like a picture of something, and you look down, you won't see it, or you could be talking to a crowd, someone in the crowd, and it could be like on the other side of the room, and you won't see it.
Oh, okay. Just one moment. I want to keep asking about this. Just one moment.
Sorry?
Just one moment. I have more questions. Just one moment. Do they give you a warning light before you're running the light? Like, let's say you're supposed to do 5 minutes, and they'll say at 4 minutes and 45 seconds we'll flash it.
There's two lights.
Okay, so what are the two lights?
It's red, flashes once, and then it flashes twice. The second time.
It's red if it.
There's a flash at the 4 minute mark, and then there's a flash, then it goes to twice the 1 minute mark. And then if you keep on going over, if you go over, they'll play music.
Oh, so they'll just get you off the stage.
But there was no one. But when Darcy was on, it was really because it's not there was like no one on the sound was on.
Okay. Do you ever get to pick what song you go up to?
Yeah.
What do you go up to?
I don't pick anything. You can just send the message if you watch it.
Okay, if you did pick something, what would you choose?
The pusher take on this, the pusher T says 365 pussy stays on the line, don't break it.
Okay. Do you know what Chelsea's song is?
Cold up, bitch.
Yeah, it is. And in the future, when she watches this, that bitch knows I gave her her theme song. All right. So why don't you pick a song so that you get people excited?
Sorry I didn't tell you in the camp about you really rushed. I was sitting next to him and invited me over, but it was a really rushed conversation. We didn't really get to talk that much.
You're good, but you should tell him, hey, I know this rabbi in Los Angeles who introduced me to you, which is interesting because we're both from Adelaide, but he saw you on Kill Tony and knew of your association with Shane Gillis when Shane came to Australia, and he told me, you've got to watch this guy. He's from where you are. And I was like, oh, okay. And that's how I got introduced to you. And this person streams their life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've known him for years. He's always online. He's always streaming. And his entire knowledge of you is all on camera, and he's watched every Kill Tony. He always has watched Kill Tony, and when he blows up, you're going to be one of the biggest comics in the world.
So James McCann's never going to put Monday night again
Why not?
because of the popular incident.
Are you serious?
He basically said, we got on stage, like, and said, fuck the popcorn, like, fuck the Monday open mic. It was all over popcorn, fuck that guy.
Zoo, what did I tell you? I said the same thing. That guy doesn't know who he is fucking with, and what did I say? I said I would have not said anything. I would have just been like, hey, it's $4 or whatever. I'm going to eat it because this guy is a big, he's a big stand-up comedian. And that guy's stupid, frankly. Don't you think he's stupid? Over something that's so cheap. Popcorn is literally like one of the cheapest foods that you can find.
Well, he should have asked one of the bartenders to go up to James McCann because, like, if he just asked one of the bartenders, because he's friends with the bartenders, he would just made the $4.
Yeah. I mean, do you know what a writer is? Okay, a writer. It's a stand-up comedians or just any. It's just something within a contract, but it is really specific, really specific, so that a comedy club reads your contract and doesn't just say, oh, yeah. So how specific is it? It'll be like, I just read Tom Segura's the other day. So Tom Segura's is like, I want 12 small bottles of Fiji water. I want 6 sugar-free Red Bulls. I want 2 pounds of turkey. Boar's head is okay. It has to be from Whole Foods. I want a vegetable tray. It has to be from Whole Foods. I want 2 white towels. These have to be non-shedding towels. I have to have access to the bathroom and no public access to the bathroom either. I need like they can put gum in there or breath mints or candy or whatever. It's really specific though. And so when you go there and you see that it's all prepared, it shows you that they read my contract, as opposed to them just being like, oh yeah, whatever. So James McCann is used to that kind of treatment, where he can literally ask for anything that he wants, so he knows they're reading his contract. In fact, in Tom Segura's, he asks for $500 in cash just to give to the door guy, just basically like in case he needs any money. So he doesn't even carry his own money. So like, and he even says like, I want it in. Maybe it might be $200 or something like that. I want it in like 10s and 5s. Like I want it in small denomination. Like everything's really specific. So you have to understand that like James McCann has been performing in clubs now in the United States enough that he sees that kind of treatment that people get. And also these comedians, these stand-up comedians get like a $200 per person like dinner per diem, like basically a amount of money that they can use to get food. And then also everything that they want at the club is on the house. So for the Rhino Room to say to James McCann, who is already a headlining comedian, hey, you owe $4 for popcorn, I fucking agree with him. And if you ever talk to him about me, you say it. Rabbi Rothschild absolutely agrees with you. He knows how big you are. And this club is a fucking joke to be calling you on that. That's fucking stupid. If anything, you would say, If anything,
It's probably the only comedian in Adelaide right now that can sell out.
exactly, exactly. And so for them, over $4, especially when it's not like to make popcorn like that, it costs $4. That's like one cupful of popcorn, which is like 20 cents. And so for you, for this guy to be so stupid, and the phrase is penny wise and pound foolish. This guy was penny wise and pound foolish. That hey, it's $4 for popcorn, and kind of making James McCann look cheap. What he should have said is, James, I just want to make you aware that the popcorn is, I've got you covered, but I just want to make you aware in case other comedians see, we just don't give away popcorn here. You have to pay at the bar. But for you, it's on the house, and it will always be on the house. Like, that is what you would say. Also, with comedy clubs generally, all your drinks are on the house, and any kind of food, any tab that you have, generally, if you're a performer, the club is going to pick up because they want you to return. So for this guy to make an incident out of popcorn is absolutely ridiculous. And James McCann, I think, is in the right. That, especially when it's a big machine like that, that's ridiculous.
Here's the thing, though. James McCann kept on coming to open mics. Every fucking Monday would be like the rental this would selling out everyone else.
Exactly. And now this guy fucked it up over $4 in popcorn. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, he doesn't recognize when you get someone like that in your club, you treat them like a princess. Anything that they want, they get. If they want to go to the bar and get drunk all night, so long as they're making people laugh and they're selling tickets, they can get drunk every single week. They could get drunk every single night. So long as they're bringing in people and they're selling tickets, that's all you want. James McCann, frankly, is the biggest celebrity in my mind in all of Adelaide at this very moment. Now, you may say, Rabbi, there's this soccer player, or Rabbi, there's this person on the television. You don't understand. From a global perspective, no one knows who those people are. They're local to Australia. James McCann's big enough that he's a celebrity in the United States. Okay, but she's not there right now. I mean, we don't know where Sia is at this moment. But what I'm saying is, no one knows who that is in the United States.
Battle Skulls?
No one knows who that's a song?
Yes, one of the most streamed songs of all time.
Yeah, nobody knows who that is. And chances are they probably don't. Look,
Lupe Fiasco, Battle Skulls,
that's a Lupe Fiasco song. And even Lupe Fiasco in the United States isn't that big as he once was. Lupe Fiasco hasn't been big in 15 years.
It's a Guy Sebastian song.
Okay, I'm telling you right now, Guy Sebastian's never been on Kill Tony. And James McCann was on Kill Tony 6 times last year. Kill Tony is the #1 live podcast in the world. How many times has Guy Sebastian been on the Joe Rogan Experience? I'll wait.
Let me check.
Zero. And you know how many times James McCann has been on the Joe Rogan Experience? At least twice. That's the biggest podcast in the world. So from a global reach, in my opinion, More people know who James McCann is than Guy Sebastian. I get Sia because she had one song basically, maybe two.
More people have heard Guy Sebastian's voice than James McCann's voice.
Well, that's because he does music and it's repeat. More people have heard James McCann tell stories than any other person from Adelaide. Do you disagree with that? James McCann is the most prolific storyteller in Adelaide at this very moment. Nobody is bigger than he is.
Did movies count as stories?
No, I mean just like he's being interviewed about a story, not like art. None of those people have been on the Joe Rogan Experience. They have recorded like 3 minutes of a song, which gets on repeat over and over and over again. But James McCann sells out. I mean, he is. You just don't understand how big he is in the United States. He is a mid-level comedian trending very quickly into an A-list comedian. And when you're an A-list comedian in the United States, you sell out arenas. And James McCann is trending that way. And for this guy at the Rhino Room to tell James McCann, hey, popcorn's $4. James McCann, if I were James McCann, I'd say, I don't need this shit. I can go perform in Melbourne. I can go perform in Brisbane. I can go perform in Perth. I can go perform in Sydney. Or if I want, I can go perform in Los Angeles or San Francisco or New York City or Philadelphia or Miami or anywhere else I want in the United, or Austin. If James McCann wants to right now, he could fly to Austin and perform as a headliner in Joe Rogan's comedy club. Not many people can do that. Meaning he could bump whatever person is, whoever's performing there at this moment, he could bump. Aside from about 5 or 10 people, he probably couldn't bump. He could bump Tony Hinchcliffe. He could bump Joe Rogan. Will let him go. He couldn't bump Dave Chappelle, Shane Gillis, maybe Tim Dillon, Louis C.K., Chris Rock, Jerry Seinfeld, Ray Romano, Tim Allen.
They told a funny little St. George K joke. He was like, I was sitting next to Louis C.K. I was going to ask him if I could pass the date next to him.
That would be a tough one. I don't know if you'd want to joke about that.
I've already seen it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm sure Louis C.K. doesn't want to be reminded of that. That probably wouldn't have been a smart thing to say.
He said he was thinking about it. But
You know what you should ask James McCann is, have you ever seen Matt McCusker, Shane Gillis, and Louis C.K. do History of the United States? And James McCann will probably say, no, I haven't. And you should say, you should watch it. You should watch it. Zoot. What they do is like 10 years ago or something, they went through every single president. They memorized all the presidents and then went through all kinds of facts about the presidents and funny stuff about them. And not only is it a really interesting and funny conversation, but you'll learn basically all of American history in about 2 hours. You should really watch it. It's really good. Anyway, the Rhino Room guy, that guy sucks. He fucked up. I could see if James McCann never comes back there. That guy's fortunate that he came back on Thursday. He doesn't know how big That guy
It's
just
from 2020.
yeah, it's from 2022. Yeah, it's like two parts. I think like the first one's like an hour and a half or something, and the second one's like an hour or something. It's really good though, and you should watch it. And then when uh, you're with James McCann next time, you should be if you think it's interesting, which it is. I watched it one last July 4th, not this July 4th, but last July 4th. I watched it like 4 times straight. Uh, I thought it was that interesting, and you might think it's interesting too. Anyway, that guy fucked up, and I just don't think that guy recognizes how big a star James McCann is in the United States. I don't think you recognize how big a star James McCann is in the United States. James
I
McCann,
mean, he told me he was hanging from the same room as Kanye.
well, yeah, okay. James McCann is like James McCann's a bigger star in the United States than he is in Australia, and that's kind of weird. But like, if James McCann were hanging out, if he were in the United States, he would not be hanging out with an open micer like you. He'd be hanging out with Kanye West. It's like he's not appreciated where his where like this happens with parents all the time, especially parents of very successful children. They'll be like, and this happens with comedy clubs too, which is really interesting that this is happening with James McCann. So basically, wherever you start comedy, they never appreciate you because they've seen you bomb more than anywhere else. And just like parents who have like really successful kids who are like Super Bowl winners and Nobel laureates and stuff, the parents are like, yeah, but I wiped that kid's butt. And I've seen that kid cry and throw tantrums and stuff. So they don't really impress me that much. But everybody else is like, oh, but they're a beauty queen or they are the winner of the World Cup or whatever. And the parents just don't realize it because they are exposed so much. And comedy clubs are the same way. Wherever you start comedy, that comedy club never appreciates you. I believe I heard an interview of Ralphie May say that, where Ralphie May, RIP, he's a dead comedian, but he was pretty big in the United States at one time. Both physically, he weighed like 700 pounds, and figuratively as well. And he would just say that when I started, I think he started in Houston. He's like, they didn't ever think I was good. I used to bomb there. I used to eat dick there, but they just never thought I was anything great. It was only until I expanded and started going and touring around the country that they appreciate me. It's like
Cold puppy syndrome.
it's what?
It's something with cold puppy syndrome.
Okay, let's look it up. Yo, dog, what is the thing where like no one appreciates you in your hometown because they've seen you not do well?
Sorry, look up cold puppy syndrome. Cold puppy syndrome. Look that up. It's an Australian term. It should be looked
Total poppy syndrome?
into. Cold puppy syndrome.
Spell it.
TALLPY syndrome.
Yeah, it is that. That's exactly what it is. That's an Australian and New Zealand term that refers to people with notable public success or achievements that are ostracized by others as a form of egalitarianism. Intense scrutiny or criticism of such a person is termed as cutting down the poppy. Yeah, it's not exactly that, but it's close. And maybe that's what was happening to James McCann. Let's see, what's it called in Canada? The term tall poppy syndrome is used in particular to refer to successful women being criticized for their success. Yeah, I mean, it is that, but this isn't so much the criticism, it's just they don't appreciate you.
But also the guy who wanted $104 for popcorn was also the Republican state national.
Okay, so that could be tall poppy syndrome, but frankly, this guy's stupid, and you could straight up.
Because he runs that market. It's undecided.
Exactly, I get that. This guy is a big fish in a small pond, but he doesn't recognize that James McCann at this very moment is a top 100 comedian in the United States, and very easily could be considered a top 50 and maybe even a top 20 comedian in the United States. Pretty close. And for this guy to do that, I think that was a mistake. But that's really cool that you're getting to know James McCann. Does he know your name? Does he know your name?
I think so.
Are you sure? Yo, turn that off, because I don't want to get a copyright strike. I should say turn that off, please. But dude, that's great that you got to know James McCann. He is a top 20 comic in the United States, arguably.
I came up with one thing.
What did you come up with? With what did you come up? It's called what?
Robin syndrome.
Okay, what is that?
Where someone gets success. It's like Batman and Robin. Someone gets success, but they are the Robin who can never surpass the Batman.
I don't know. I don't.
They get success where someone they get success with Batman putting them on, but they become the Robin.
That's different, though. That's a different thing. I'm not saying that that's not a thing. That's a thing, but that's different than this. What it is, I know. It's really just hometown unappreciation is what it is. It doesn't have a syndrome or anything like that, but I mean, wouldn't you agree it's hometown unappreciation?
Yeah.
That's what it is. If you want to give it a name, Robin syndrome would be like somebody is really good at what, like, okay, James McCann in the United States will always have Robin syndrome with Shane Gillis because Shane Gillis discovered him. So no matter how big James McCann becomes in the United States, unless he does something giant, people will always consider him to be Shane Gillis's discovery. Does that make sense? And that would be Robin syndrome. Does that make sense?
I don't know if Shane Gillis. I know Shane Gillis helped him, but I'm not sure if he discovered him. He discovered him from the U.S. market.
That's exactly right. And that's all that matters, frankly, in the minds of Americans, that it was our guy, Shane Gillis, who went to Australia, toured in Australia, discovered James McCann, brought James McCann in as an opener in the United States, introduced James McCann to Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe and got him on the Joe Rogan Experience, and got him on Kill Tony, and now James McCann is almost a household name. At least in the.
It's probably Jim Jeffries that introduced him to Shane Gillis.
Okay, that's fine, but Jim Jeffries did not take James McCann to the United States. Shane Gillis.
Jim Jeffries took
Shane. Yeah, but nobody knows who that is in the United States. They don't know who Amos Gillis is as a comedian in the United States. I'm telling you this right now.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Go to his Instagram.
How many times has Amos Gill ever been on the Joe Rogan Experience?
He's been mentioned in the Joe Rogan Experience.
By whom?
James McCann.
Okay, there you go. I'm not saying he's not cool, but he just hasn't broken through in the American market. James McCann has. James McCann is bigger than Amos Gill. In my opinion, James McCann is bigger than Jim Jeffries. But that's just probably. That's just probably.
Jim Jeffries had his own daily show.
In the United States?
Yep.
Okay, what was it?
The Jim Jeffries show?
What channel?
Comedy Central.
Okay, when?
2017.
Dog, I gotta look up Jim Jeffries because they're always talking about him, and he's just not that.
Do you know there's like a content from the creators at Bluey? It's going to be like South Park.
No, I didn't know that. Here's the thing.
Basically South Park.
Jim Jeffries, in my opinion, has already hit his American peak. He had an American television show, you're absolutely right. And he created Legit as well. I guess they just didn't get into my radar. But I wasn't as
Jim
big.
Jeffries is
I wasn't as big into stand-up comedy as I am now. So I see James McCann on the rise, and Jim Jeffries is like, he's selling out stadiums in Australia, but is he doing that in the United States?
Yep.
Let's see what he's playing in the United States. He's not doing anything giant, but no. Let me just. Okay, I could be wrong on this, but I think we can. This is a prediction. James McCann will be bigger than Jim Jeffries. What are your thoughts on that? Well, hold on. It depends on how we want to say it. James McCann, because he'll do like podcasts, and he won't be as mainstream as Jim Jeffries, but he will be more of a United States, maybe like underground comic than Jim Jeffries. Jim Jeffries is pretty squeaky clean if he's got his own show and stuff. Anyway, I interrupted you. So Bluey's going to be, they're going to make, the people who make Bluey are going to make a South Park. Is it going to be successful?
But it's kind of like that.
Okay.
I'll look up. Um, I think I don't know if James wants to stay in Australia.
I don't think he. Wait. I don't think he does. I think he wants to live in the United States. But there are issues with him being able to live here and work here. And he's got his wife, who stays out of the spotlight. He's got 4 young kids, too.
I know James in the US.
I would not. I don't think that's a good idea because it's not like it once was where you marry someone, then it's like automatically you get citizenship like it used to be. It's still a process, and then if you get divorced, they can still deport you. It's in the United States called a green card marriage. So it's not like as permanent as it once was. It's not like you automatically get citizenship. You would have to stay married for some time.
It's creative. It's from the creative. He didn't finish that. He didn't make that much money really because he didn't. The contract doesn't fit like merchandising. His contract.
Well, if you can get one of those shows to get some permanence in the United States or just globally, the amount of money that you can make is basically unlimited because The Simpsons continues. It can be created by AI. Same with Family Guy, and you're just raking in money.
Dana, it's called Dana. The series follows his really good mischievous 8-year-old boy growing up in a tough Australian neighborhood despite the commanded house and influence that gets him embraces life.
In my opinion, that was not a good idea for them. They should not have made it Australian. If they made it American or even British, it has much more appeal. But if they want to make it like Australian South Park and it becomes popular, well then great. But you're looking at like the population of Australia is basically the population of Los Angeles. The United States just has a huge population. And especially when you bring in Canada, even without Canada, the United States is more than 10 times the market of what Australia is. It's almost 20 times the market.
It's called
Childish Dino. Have you ever seen it?
An animated comedy about an ambitious 8-year-old boy with a grown man's voice.
Okay, that's a cool story. But you've never seen it, or it hasn't aired yet?
There's a YouTube clip from like a while from like a show. For years, Better be one of the most successful life things, right?
I agree with you.
I didn't realize how huge Bowie was.
It's big, man. I mean, I didn't know what it was before you told me, but it's big.
It's because of some decent books.
There you go.
There's a Bowie movie actually.
There you go. It's blowing up. Does Bluey have an Australian accent?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go now.
All right, pimp. Well, good job talking to. Good job talking
I
to.
talked to Darcy now, but James can, but Darcy's like 20. It's like 23. He's one of the most difficult people to talk to.
Darcy sucks. Darcy sucks, and James McCann recognizes that he made a mistake with him.
Did he?
Yeah, he does. He did make a mistake with him. He could have gotten that guy anywhere.
James McCann is like, I found this guy on the street. This is their story. It's just, it's not working.
It isn't working. But that happens. All these guys do that.
It's an experiment. It doesn't say. I told him about it. There's something there.
You told him about midget? Oh, wait, okay. There you go, big dog.
I think if they let me up tonight,
Well, you need more than just one joke. And
I have no more hope.
okay. All right, Zoo. Well, you get your.
The thing is, my humor kind of crosses into James McCann's origins.
I agree with you. Darcy sucks. That guy shouldn't even be mentioned. James McCann fucked up, and he's not going to let him come back. He ran the light, and he's done. And you're going to be new Darcy. But you need more than one joke. Peace.
Quando si sta perché non mi va di no? Attraverso stop. Nuovi arriva di hotel. Prima di stare שאני עשיתי במספריים, אני לא צוחק. אמרתי, דיברנו למדור שאמרתי לו שם. זה משהו שעושים בכיתה א'. אני לא עושה את זה לשלטים, כי פה אצלם, הייתי עושה לחיים. יותר טוב. אז אני כבר היה צלחה סיטואציה של זה. אני למדתי פה כיתה ב'. אין מישהו עכשיו. יש עוד 20 דקות יש את השקיטה. אין מישהו. אני יודע לך, כמו... אז זה, אבל כל כאן אנשים. ניואנסים שגם מוסיפים וכל מיני, ושם על ניואנסים את ההפליה של העקומה. ועוד אתה בישוע אתה קורא לו על מישהו שני יוחד. זה מאוד פשוט לא בעזר. או להשתלט בגרון. כי מגישו מגיע במשהו, מה זה היה אמור להיות? שני. מצוין, זה אומר, אבל אם שני מגיע במשהו, מה זה היה צריך להיות? שלישית. אז שני לא אמרנו. כל אחד מבין ששני שמגיע במשהו צריך להיות שלישית. איך נתגענו ששני מגיע במשהו אחר? זה משם בתור פרצת קטומה, בדרך כלל זה יורד מגיע אחת ויציג להיות שלישית. אבל אוי, שהמצינו שהשני ששני על זה משתי, זה להיות דוי סיפור מאוד יותר. אבל לחצים לשני הגיע לאמצע, בוא נראה את זה. סיפור מאוד קצת, אבל אני רוצה באמצע. השני, שמקבל את המים, המים עולים דרגה לאחת, שני עושה אחת. ולכן, אם המים לא נוגעים בכלי אחר, הוא נהיה שתיים. אז מה קרה? אם תפוס נוגע בבננה, שהבננה יש לו מים והבננה מהפנה שני, אז תפוס נהיה שני. ואם זה שני עושה שני. רק שנייה, לחזור על זה שנייה. זה כל זה. דבר מאוד מעניין. כי מאיפה אמרתי? זה יפה. אם זה שני, הכלי הזה הוא שני. עכשיו אני שופך עליו מים. מה המים? לישון. עכשיו, לישון שנוגע בכל כלי אחר, מה הוא עשה? שני. אז יוצא ששני.
Welcome.
אם השני הזה יעצור, והכיבוש נהיה לישון, ועכשיו אני נוגע ככה, אז השני הזה עושה שני, אני לא שני. אני מדפיס את שני. למה לא? למה לא עבודה? אם השני נפתח עליו מים, אז הוא תמיד עולה, אני גם אמרנו לגישו, תמיד עולה, גישו. אכפת לי כמה שנים, יש לך 10 כמה זה. מה עשית?
What up, doing Illinois?
יש כאן שאלה קוראה אחד מאוד, לא ככה שני נעשה שני, הפוך, שני עושה ראשון, זה עוד יותר. אז יש עושה שנייה למים, אתה מדבר שנייה, אתה אומר, הנה, הוא עושה כלי, ושמעת, הוא יוצא מרגישים, הוא יוצא גם ראשון, אז הוא ככה, מה נקודה? שאלתי, איך שהיה, שבינתיים שני עושה התנפקות. אבל לא, איך שני, בשביל אומר שני עושה שני. אבל ככה בלפני שני עושה שני, הייתי המים באמצע. המים באמצע נאמר, ראשון. אז אולי שני יעשה ראשון. תגיד, שני יעשה ראשון, לא רוצה לעשות שני יעשה שני. לא, אתה יכול לעשות את זה. ולפסוק, זה, אתה יכול לזמנים. אם אתה מדבר ככה, אתה צודק, יש לך בעיה רצינית. הוא ממש דיבר בתחומו, הוא לא עושה פרצ'י. אבל תמיד שהוא אומר את המילים האלה. הוא אומר, אני לא שמעתי ילד. הוא אומר, תחומו. מה שקורה זה קוצ'ים. גם וגם.
Because we back at it again. It's the fighter and the kid. Oops. It's really a fighter and the kid.
Jesus, take the wheel. It's coming down here in Texas, guys. It's Texas weather. You know what I'm saying? Now let me ask you, it rains. It's not like LA or Denver. There's no in between. Yeah, there's no sun rain. Shit's getting so close to Texas. The summer is all there's buddy, no between the ice storms. The ice storms winter. And by the way, the worst part is summer. You can get hail in the summer. It's called hail. Don't be like, what's my son right? Right? There's hail. Yeah. Is it? But then, so there's hail, like there's the freeze storms, right? Yeah, but the rain is no problem. Now, if you are have football practice in college, and it was raining like this, do you not practice? Because you don't want to get wet. My 10-year-old has practice. I love asking that question. Because my 10-year-old, because you're practicing, I had a trainer, a school trainer, training outside. And it was like rain in LA now. Just like my trainer. Oh, yeah. It was raining old. Yeah, it's 7 years old. They came up. Yeah. And I go, it's raining. He goes, get over here. It's a sunny day in Buffalo. What are you talking about? Yeah, I wanted to dress. It's raining. What the fuck? We had practice last night. He's like, Dad, it's raining. It is? Yeah. Okay. I make no issue. Playing right out of time. Is it? Well, it might be raining when you play a game. I don't know. Just be playing. Yeah, also, at 10, they have fun. Of course, it's so fun. Of course. But if you make a big deal about it, then it becomes a deal. I don't know. When you're training president. Yeah. And it's hot, is it? Now my head, like, Jesus Christ, it's hot. I don't say anything. Because they don't like that. There are other kids that are ahead of me. Just keep walking, baby. My son, God bless my son, I love him so much, but he's not very simple. And so he's been wrestling with these Olympians over in pressure. Well, it's just that they're teaching them, they're so awesome. They're such great guys, but I bring my 14-year-old on to learn some wrestling, and it's a bunch of dudes with cauliflower ears and mustaches in there. And that's a lot. It's for a kid. He's like, holy shit, dude. So it's just scary, and he's trying to learn, and they're so great with it. This guy, Miles Medium for pressure gym. Shane's gym. And so, but just watching him, and like, those guys are used to the grind, and like, it's nothing. But after an hour, when you're drilling and learning stuff and trialing, it's a lot for him. Yeah, it's a lot. You gotta get around that, right? It's a lot. Yeah. He's still 14. Okay, it's actually physically hard to hear. And doing stuff like it's not fun, right? You forget it's not fun, right? They started doing this for fun, correct? Now it becomes more serious when he's like, 16, 17. Sure, then all right, let's grind, and you're gonna do things you want to do. Yes, but at 10, they should be doing things. Yeah, doing 14, like he's just new to it, so I had to be like, awesome, drive on everything. I noticed it. I noticed it was a lot of work because he fell asleep in the car, right? You just get tired. It's like it's mentally, it's not even physical. It's mentally this, and trying to pay attention to this. Yes. And like when they're Olympians, it's like, you're talking about all these different grips, but I'm just trying to, and they, to their credit, simplify the shit out of it. But even they're simplified. Because I'm trying to go, what should be like riding the legs? They go, hey, almost down. I had this talk with this coach the other day on practice. He's like, let's get trips here, and X, Y, Z, and we're going to move out. Oh, stop. This is at the Texas Longhorns. We're bread and butter. Everything's super simple. Think about being 10, and you've never in pads before, and you're throwing the West Coast offense out. Already, it's a lot being in pads. It's all new. Sometimes 7-on-7 in flag football. Already, it's a lot. We need to keep it super simple so that you just play the game and have fun. You start doing hot reads and all this shit. That's teaching. That's good. Knowing how to coach, right? At certain ages. 100%. Yeah, 100%. First year in college, are you throwing the wall or not? It's a lot. Yeah. But again, you've been playing for a long time. Yeah, but not at that level. High school to college is a lot now. Yeah, Dwight Travis, their offensive scheme, it can be a little similar with their schemes. But especially when I play, go from there to CU, it's a lot. And you get a playbook about this big, about this thick. That's it. You got to know your stuff. You got to study it. You do. Yeah. So, but again, it's kind of your job at 18, 19, 20. It's like you have to spend some time outside of your boy Matt McChesnney just showed me what one play was sometimes in the NFL. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, it's a lot. It's your job. Yeah, it's your job. Yeah. But nowadays, we're doing like writing jokes and stuff like that at a high level. It's a lot. Like, hey, I just don't go up there and wing it. When you're watching on Thursday Night Football, Monday Night Football, Saturday Night Football, they're not just winging it. They have to know the whole process. And at 10, 11, 12, there shouldn't be a process where they gotta go home and study film. Come on, any of these dads, let's have some fun. No, like, did you watch
you play? Oh, you're gonna play. Oh, that's your kid. He's studying at 10. Did you do that? What are you doing? What are you doing? Huge. It's miserable. For a kid to go home after like studying plays and shit, like, not yet. There'll be time for that. But not yet. Not yet. Dude, I feel bad because the rain and our boy Tim Kennedy launched a new podcast. And he's like, can you do Wednesday morning? Basically newscaster morning. I'm on air Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 days a week. I do 6 shows a week, right? So it's a lot. So it's tough to get me to all the shows. I'm Tim's our guy. I'm like, man, maybe Sunday morning I can do it probably around 9 or 10. If I can at 12:30. And then you text, hey, they do 10. So I'm like, Tim, I can't do Wednesday morning. So I feel bad. Then I was like, what's it about? He's like, calendar. And sent me a clip of it. And you did it. Yeah, I did it. Well, for what's the show concept? The show's concept is called Over Dogs. And I guess Tim is, I don't know, but he travels a lot. I think people know that. Yeah, he goes to actually, but he goes to parts of the world that are pretty crazy. Yeah. Still like, most people aren't there. Yeah. And so he wants to kind of use that as an ability, I think, to interview rebel leaders, heads of state of places like countries that are serious right now. That sounds fascinating. What the fuck would I be out there for? Well, he'll also do personalities. He'll also go fighting in international politics. For me, international put me on there because I was the first one, and we had to address the elephant in the room, which was your big dick. Was my big dick, but also Tom and there were some fish stories that went on. There's one with the book. There were some fish stories that went on there. Yeah. Here's my thing. I don't know what to believe because that genre of like special forces, all they do is eat each other alive. Well, no, but so what's really important is actually, and I'm not saying I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't know if it's real. So I watch it. Wait, how did you know it's real? And that's the one thing that we talked about on the podcast. How did it get brought up? Well, no, Tim said I got to do a podcast, and he said, would you mind being the first person to navigate these waters? Yeah, now. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have 50,000 cash in the bag? I'm probably to navigate these waters. Yeah, I'm probably the wrong guy because I'm not a military guy. Because I don't know what you can't call them out on shit. Well, I don't know how to do. Yeah, exactly. I don't know the follow-up questions. I don't know how to do. I don't know what shows. I don't know all the details. I read the book and I thought it was great, but I don't know. Like these guys broke it down. I go, the sausage makes also, you're from an outsider looking in. You're also very cool. You guys are buddies. You work out the other show. You're not the guy who's going to speak to the fire. And I did hold his feet to the fire as much as a buddy can, because I said to him, if I don't hold your feet to the fire here, the internet's going to, it's a mousetrap and it's going to come for you. What's going to come in? Whether you do this or not. But what I will say is that there were, now you can say embellishments, you can say exaggerations, you can say fish stories. So did he bring you on to navigate this? Is what you're saying? Yes. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. And I didn't know really how to do this. And when you say, let's just call it what it is, when you say embellishments, when you say fish stories, when you say exaggerations, there's another word for that, and that's called lies. And especially and when you're a special forces guy, when you're a Delta guy, when you're a Delta operator, so I think his name is Brent Tucker. He was it's called an A Squadron Tier 1 operator. Those guys have a tremendous amount of experience, combat experience over a long period of time. Also made a lot of sacrifices to get that time. They're just the elite. So I completely understand why people call those other people out. So when you have Delta guys, you have Green Berets. A lot of these guys have lost people in combat. They've seen this is a very personal thing. It's very emotional for most, but they've also taken lives. There's a lot. If somebody is writing a book and
a lot of it is fiction, or some of it is fiction, and they're making a profit off it. This is a big problem.
But me, I do not know. Let me ask you a question, because you know more than I do. He had a ghostwriter. Tim didn't write the book, correct?
He did that. He had a ghostwriter, but that ghostwriter is not to be held accountable because this is Tim's story.
Oh, so Tim would tell the story and you read it?
Yeah.
So the ghostwriter was in sensationalizing or hyping things up to make it sound good.
Yeah. So you have to take responsibility for a book that you didn't not only did you write, but you also narrate. You read it. You did the book on tape. So you recorded a Audible version. Yeah. So Tim knew that he had to come clean and say that, because I went through the allegations as best I could. Yeah. I went through the allegations. They're just, it's all over. Yeah. And the large issues. And he, to my surprise, frankly, that there were a lot of made-up stories.
Really?
Yeah, and Tim acknowledged that. Yeah. And I said, why did you do that? And he said, and I would imagine part of what's really important, in my opinion, in this world, is when you mess up to that degree, the only thing you can do is own it this way.
Go back. Why do you say he did it? Well, let me just say this, because that's my question. It's like, Tim's a smart dude. See what you want. Tim's a very smart dude. Articulate. Communications I've never seen. Yeah, as far as communication.
He said his answer was, I think I had a God complex. Really? I think you get to get away with it. When you're that successful and you're doing that well, why not get a little greedy and embellish? Right? Why not tell a story because you're writing a book? I think that about that.
Can you imagine if I wrote a book? I'd be like, when you write a book, I'm like, yeah, I remember the time I knocked out Fedor in the first round. Now the casuals are like, damn, you knocked out Fedor, that's cool. For the UFC, I'm not like, hey, bubble.
A better analogy would be if you had this story, college football career, and then we went back and went. But here's the thing that I think human beings do that's really interesting. Some of this stuff seems to be subconscious. Some of this stuff seems to be like where you're with a lot of people who are there. Okay, that was 20 years ago. But there are people that were there, and then you have people who are tier 1 operators. A tier 1 operator is a guy like a SEAL Team 6 assaulter, a Delta Force operator, assaulter. Okay, there are very few people like that. Those guys understand details to combat that you and I would never understand. You throw a grenade into a room, what's the first thing that happens? There's a cloud of dust that you can't see through. Hey, see, if you say you saw something after that, you didn't. Right? They go like this. Those guys go, hold it. None of this is John. Guys like Andy Stump, they'll tell you that there's just certain things they'll be like, that's not what we have to do. Andy Stump and I did this thing called tactical asshole. I would watch a movie and I'd be like, this is what I do in this situation. And he'd be like, really? And you think that those suppressors are silencers and you don't hear them? I didn't know anything. And so those guys started doing a little math. And so Tim has paid a very steep price for this, right? Tim has lost pretty much everything. On the podcast, I said, you kind of deserve it. You don't get away with this. And I think he understands that. I think the only way forward is to say, I lied. I'm sorry, and I'll do better. And I knew that the internet would, they're gonna do their own thing. I said,
none of that matters for the people that care about Tim or sponsors or his friends. They're gonna watch that and acknowledge it. We can move in the right direction. The internet's never gonna move in the right direction.
Look, one of the things that I had said also, and it's like, why would you do this? It's like, well, because he's my friend. Well, why is your friend? Because I've seen, and so many people that know Tim, dude, there's so many good things about him. I mean, You're talking about a guy who goes out of his way for everybody. I'm not talking going out of his way. Hold on, not just me. Not just we're boys, straight words. Not just me. My entire family to dinner. I know. And I was like, here's where you should eat. This is what you should do. Hey, bring the kids in. My kids went to his kid's house. And we didn't know anyone. It's not just that. I happen to know, and I've seen with my own eyes, what he's done for people who can't help themselves, people who are suicidal, people who are about to end it. But that guy's gotten in his truck and driven, like, all night, just for somebody who doesn't know. I'm not joking. Okay? He's done those kinds of things. So the Tim I know has always been this insanely generous, insanely tough leader in every way. But that's why he was so puzzled. That's also all I give a fuck about. That stuff, I get it. And he's gonna get hits for that. I have nothing to do with that. I don't know that Tim. I was around those times when Tim was a celebrity. I don't tell you, he was a fighter. You and I, dad. I also need a great dad too. Great dad. Unbelievable family with his kids. Unbelievable for his friends. I know Tim as far as that goes. I'll ride for that Tim any day. I like this other stuff. I don't know. And also when it comes to badassery, he's got his degree in badassery. So yes, there was the piper has to be paid. The piper is being paid for whatever happened with that book, from stories that were not true. It's just it's not trying to scale that. It's such a bonehead thing. It's a bonehead. He needed guys like you and I to go, hey bro, hey buddy, but we can. Because I'm freaking like, oh my god, yeah, that makes sense. You're a badass. Because we don't not from that world yet. But now if you get baby stuff, and before it came out, I was like, hold on, Bubba. Do you really want to say this stuff? Because I've been there, right? And so before we put this out, why don't we change just a little bit, right? But let's not go down that road. Okay, I bet you do, right? Yeah. Take a look right here from chat with a kid at 69 years old. You know what moments where you text your whole team, did anyone follow up with that guy? And silenced moments. Nobody did. One thumbs up emoji 2 hours later. Meanwhile, the customers already moved on, gone somewhere else. They left you. They got married, started a new business, and retired. At some point, you're just like, let's freaking Quo. That's why today's episode is brought to you by Quo, spelled Q-U-O. The business phone system built so you never miss a freaking call. All your calls, texts, and voicemails live in one place, so anyone on your team can pick up a conversation, see the full history, and respond super fast. Quo is the #1 rated business phone system on G2. Trusted by over 90,000 businesses who rely on it to stay reachable and professional every day. Set up in minutes on any device. Keep your existing number and add teammates as you grow. No IT, no hassle. Alright, money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free, plus 20% off your first 6 months when you go to Quo.com/fighter. That's QUO.com/fighter. Let's get back to the program. Most people didn't read in the software. They didn't really read the book until they did. Until they had to. But it's not for them. It's not for guys like me. Like that, yes, for guys like you, jack off this one. But it's not for them. It totally is. And then you go, hold on. Oh, but and then we got a problem. I don't think Tim's so smart. It's like, what were you thinking? I don't think he was. I think that a lot of us do things on a subconscious level to burn down one part of our life, to burn down the dead wood that we built. No, I don't think that's true, because Tim would want to burn down. I think Tim only thought, to your point, that he said he was like God, like whatever he said, God, like I think he legit thought he could get away with it because he was cooking on so many other aspects. In fact, this is a big deal. Well, it's a great story, but if you dial it back 10 years ago, 12 years ago, like, hey, buddy, what if I told you to write this book and you're embellishing? Like, what? So I think he literally thought he could get away with anything because he's on has a show, hunting Hitler, and he's all over social media, and he has a podcast, he's doing this TV show. So all that, I don't know. I think people do things that are self-destructive and they're not going to wear
I don't think so. All this having sex all the time. I don't think that's it with this. I don't think I literally think it's the same thing as P. Diddy, it's the same thing as Connor. You get to a certain level where you think you're untouchable, and you think that nothing's going to affect you. You're just going to be cooking. That's a form of self-destruction. I don't think so. It is. I don't. You're into false confidence where you think you figured it all out. You made the game. I know, but the problem is that when you're up there, there's a whole psychological thing where you don't deserve to be up in your I don't think that's an element. I think you're right on that. Some instances, I think some guys, I think some of Connor's allegations, he thought he could do that to women, and he's above the system, and it does not work. Now you start to worship yourself as a god. Okay, it's called worshiping this God. I hear you, man. This God stuff, I literally think they don't think they're gods, but they think they're on such a level of celebrity where the same rules don't apply. You can call it God, it's right. I think it's just being out of touch. Let's put it down. A lot of times things go so well for you as a person. You're winning your whole life. You win your whole life. Then you start to think you're one of God's favorites. Let's put it that way. For sometimes the rules don't apply to you. Yeah, but see, it's different when it comes to like Connor or Tim, and I'm not saying Tim and Connor's allegations. What I'm saying is the amount of work it took for those guys to get there, the amount of sacrifice, it's different than if you're a singer, it's work, but it's different than grinding in the gym from Connor coming from nothing, being on food stamps to this international superstar. I think it's different. I don't. I think the trap is there, but if you're singing, you were born with that, right? You've always been able to sing. Singing to be great singing, you have to train really hard. Some of them, and then other people don't. Like Jelly will, but to sing, always. Exactly. It was born with that. He was doing it. Jelly is not waking up at 6 in the morning, putting work in, doing it 4 times a day on food stamps. I don't care what it is that you have to do to get there. I think that what happens, I think that's the difference. I think what happens to human beings is when you get to a certain level of fame, and there aren't other psychological issues that have been dealt with that should have been dealt with when you were younger. They are going to come out, and you see this all the time. And there are books written about it. There's psychiatrists who talk about it. At the end of the day, human beings will burn down. They will burn it all down if they feel like they don't deserve it. If they feel like it's full of some kind of like Mayweather's case, like where's that money? That's not because he wants to burn it down or self-sabotage. That's because he's not knowledgeable in finances, and he's too dumb to think about investment. See, I don't think self-sabotage. I don't think so. Oh yeah, I don't think so. I think at that level. Oh yeah, at that level all the time. You get that. That happens all the time. Not just athletes, of course, they're psychological. They're not even aware of their own psychology. It's athleisure, just like anybody else. It doesn't matter what you took to get there. When you get there, and you're when you get there, that doesn't matter if you don't feel like you deserve it. See, I think that's why you're confusing, is the athletes have earned it, and when they start the journey, they think that you are going to be champion. No, human beings are very complicated. Depends on the athlete. Some athletes, by the way, are just faster than everybody and stronger than everybody, and actually don't have to work that hard. There are wide receivers, John. Sure, I'm talking about wide receivers too. There's certain people in the NFL who are just so insanely talented that they're just going to make the team out. It doesn't mean they don't work, but there are guys who grind like a motherfucker. Messi, for example, apparently, you'll hear his teammates say, Ronaldo's known for his work ethic, crazy. Messi, they say, I've never seen him in the gym. He'll get a massage and go out and just score 3 goals. It's like, whatever it is, it's just his thing. He just loves the game, right? So, and by the way, it also depends on how complicated you are as a human being. People are different, they're just complicated. But I have a spiritual look on it, I have a psychological and spiritual look on it. Which is, no one escapes chasing their own shit. No one escapes lying at the end of the day. No one escapes it. You pay a price. It's like, I always go back to what I heard Jordan Peterson say, which is, you will pay for everything you haven't done and have done with interest. At the end of the day, you can twist the biblical reality for a long time. He said 35 years of being a psychoanalyst, I've never seen anybody get away with anything even once. That's kind of a bold and dramatic statement. I think he's right. I think at the end of the day, you will pay for every lie you tell. In one way or another. Yeah. And
that I think is a good thing about life. You know what I mean? I think it's a good thing. So what's Tim do now? Tim tells the truth and nothing but the truth. And it's still badass stuff. It's still badass. Yeah, it takes his lumps. He's doing badass stuff. The other thing I said to him in the podcast is there are two things I said. I said, one, there is a compilation that somebody in his team put together of him correcting the record of his when they would introduce him as winning a V device. There's a record of it. There's literally a compilation. I gotta stop you. I did not win a V device. He said it one time to a guy he's never met on a podcast everybody listened to. And I said, why'd you do that? I want to sound cool. I want to sound like a badass. I was like, to a guy you never met. So, but again, I said to him, I go, unfortunately, if you fuck one goat, you're a goat fucker. You can do everything in life. So one day you're out. You're out. So, you know, there's that too. Well, the other thing is that I also know that when he said we can be deployed countless times overseas, that's true. I happen to know that in daily pictures. Yeah, that's. Well, you'll just get a picture of this like his on the helicopter. Yeah, but overall, he's out there. And that's it. Anyway, I would watch that podcast now. I'd like to hear what you have to say. But yeah, I'd watch that podcast. He'll always have to deal with that. He'll always have to live that down. Yeah, it's the same as any athlete repeat. He's like, you know, you're never gonna let that down. Kevin Stevenson with his accusations, Conor here, Floyd, like those stuff. He can do whatever he wants in sports. Someone will always bring that. It's always gonna be in the background. There's nothing you can do. And what you can do is you just keep getting better. You just become a better person in every way. That's what you do. You know, Conor now is like I watched him kind of, you know, he's doing that God thing. It's because he's got to be better than he needs to anchor himself. That's all he has. Well, you got to anchor yourself to something because if you don't anchor yourself to something, it's about permanence. Yeah. Man, I don't know where to go. Because you know what doesn't anchor you? The status, the money, all that. Yeah, but when you're a broke kid on, food stamps, that's strong to anchor yourself. Yeah, but you anchor yourself on money, success, winning fights. And once you accomplish all that, you're like, oh, this didn't even do it. What the fuck am I going to do? And then that's when the alcohol, the drugs, the girls, all this other shit starts happening. And then finally, after all this shit, you're like, I guess it's Jesus. You know what I think? So back to the self-destructive thing. You're up on top. There's a force. You can call it whatever you want, but there's a force. You're the force trying to drive yourself this way. There's a force that's always trying to bring you back to that starting point. That starting point that you went through, the welfare, you want to just crush. And all that behavior, all that insane behavior is trying to ensure that you don't get. I think it's also society trying to ensure it too. I think it's all that. There's a lot like high talent where people want to pull you down. So you're fighting that every day of your life. But you're trying to do this, and they're trying to bring you down. And then eventually you have a little through it, and then really get serious and struggle about it. Look at as we become men of a certain age, we're just not concerned with that shit. We're not. Out of the game. What do you really think about? I think about my kids. I think about my wife. I think about the happiness of my clan. I think about that. I think about my friends that I'm going to have forever. That's what I think about. I don't need all that other stuff now. Now, will I be in the movies Friday, Saturday? Yes, I will. Tomorrow, you know what I mean? Am I going to bring some heat? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I guess. I just turned into an advertisement. So how about yesterday? This reminded me of us talking soccer because France played Spain, right? Yeah, and Jay knows soccer. Jay knows soccer. He loves England, right? He knows soccer. And we was texting, especially during baseball games, especially during the World Cup. And I got home and Spain was France was about to play. And he goes, who you going for? I go, I can't stand France, man. So I'm hoping the big dogs lose. I said, I'd like to see the underdog take this. I'd like to see this little team, this little engine that could. I'd like to see Spain get it past, like literally arguing the best team in the whole night. And then I just see the balls go blink. I'm like, I wonder what he's going to say here. And he goes, Jesus Christ. I go, what? He goes, Spain's such a powerhouse. It's such a powerhouse. Jay goes, I can't stand when you run talk soccer. He goes, you guys have no fucking clue. Because, I would have said the same thing. And then I was talking to my nephew, who's just, balls deep in soccer, and then I'm listening to the guys talk, like, you know, they go, this is the deepest bench powerhouse team off. And Jay was like, buddy, there's such a beat France in the European Jay was like, there's such a power scene. He's like, they're not some small underdog team. They'd already beaten that team. Yeah, he's like, they're not some weird little team that hopefully pulls this out. He's like, you're such a dumbass. I was like, he goes, thank God you brought this up to me and not on the podcast. So I get put out. There you go. If we can talk about it, I'll tell you what, put out, you know, time we're rooting for it. Yeah, I think England has a very good chance. Yeah, but there's some shadiness going on with Argentina, making sure, you know, here's my thing with this, like, everyone's like, oh, FIFA's so corrupt, and the World Cup is corrupt, they're giving, you know, Argentina the benefit of the doubt, and they're giving opportunity. You're probably right, that's fine. We can look at the stats and how many penalties were the teams playing Argentina, all that, yeah, but that happens in basically all sports. Like, it happens. Why do you think the Lakers get so many fouls? Because it's not part of the game. It's good for ratings. The Lakers going deep in the playoffs, go to the finals, gets those major advertisers and networks. We want to see Messi's. I don't set up. It's like, well, but all FIFA cares about is Messi, one last hurrah, winning it all. England winning it, it's good for England, but we're trying to do it unpaid. We're trying to do it unpaid. France is out. Like, they want France, Argentina, 1,000%. Mbappe versus Messi. Speaking of Argentina, or England, Argentina. Well, England has played on there. Yeah, today. I'll be on a plane. Where are you going? That's going to LA to oversee a commercial. Tommy, Maryland. Hey, triple. More than he will end up. Don't have a choice. It's all good. James, like, you guys talk soccer so great. I started laughing because I was like, this player from and this guy's like, Connor, one more, right? One more. We think on outside? I'm like, outside? It's like the same fucking way. Is that even Joe knows because she's around me? She's like, she gets like, be cool. I'm always cool. I just go, well, that's not going to work, right? Because Hamza fights at 85, Connor fights at 70. So the weight difference, and also just the matchup is bad. So that's not going to work, right? Right. Yeah, it's a good point. They can do it, though. Yeah, you couldn't. Oh, this is like we can't talking soccer. Yeah, it's good. That's right. It's super triggering. That's what the. And I will say this too. I am I've seen a lot of soccer. I don't care. No, hold on. You think that you've watched World Cup for 4 weeks? You can talk about soccer. You know what you're talking about? I don't care that much. It's like, hey, hold on. Hey, this was after Sunday, after the finals. Soccer will not be brought up on this podcast for another 4 years. Correct? You and I will be completely. Man, you don't know dick about soccer. And I lose my attention for England. Lose my attention span. I'll tune in last 15-20 minutes. So I'm good. No, I'm a fair weather fan. My family watches every game. They love all of it, but they're Mexican. I'm not. God bless. We talked about it. It's for 4 years, and after that, we move on. I'm rooting for England. I know it's a lot. I hope they win. If they were to lose, I won't lose an ounce of sleep. I won't think about it. After that hour, I'm like, damn, that sucks. I was rooting for England because Jay's going forward. My family's for that. After that, I won't even think about it. I feel part of soccer. The shivens. I like the shivens. I like watching that and then them celebrate. But it takes a long time to get there. It's an hour and 20 minutes sometimes of 1 to 1. But it's a lot. They're offside. Anything aside, I feel like this guy is, hey, just for Americans who don't understand soccer, the majority of us, anytime there's something exciting, it's offside. Okay? You're offside. I was on the same thing too about what great athletes soccer players are. And they're great athletes. They're great athletes. But he was saying Messi, he was just part of me. He was trolling this Americans. The baddest people on the planet are Americans. What Russell Westbrook could, if he decided to start playing soccer from a young age, it would be such a disaster for everybody. And, it was just like, he was just going through our athletes, and how big and jack they were, and how fast they are. We just were flying about soccer. And I like that, especially in Texas, in California too, but I see it here in Texas, because I live here, right? There's soccer year round. There's so many kids playing. Because
Because parents think it's safer than signing their kid up for football or whatever, so you can get all these soft kids play soccer out there. The soft kids play soccer in America. So you see all these kids focusing on it, and little do those parents know that CT is higher in soccer than it is football. Well, is that true? There's a lot of hit. Bring it up, Jen. Is that bring it up. Is that true? Yep. Because there's a lot of head-butting clashing. They're hitting the ball. It's not even head-butting. That's rare. It's more than head-butting the ball. Yeah, this may not be true, but I like where your head's at. Bring it up. I like where your head's at. I like your enthusiasm on a Wednesday. I really do. Yeah, man, we're not going to tackle football because Gary substantially higher risk of CTA and soccer. Again, I like going to kids sports, no, not in professional. Go in fakenews.com. But I heard that. I appreciate it. I get it. Hey, Bubba, tackle football, right? Yeah, I know, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. We're running into the job. Never say that again, but listen, I like your attitude, and you know what? Oh, there it is. Soccer players can accumulate repetitive head impacts from shooting the ball. That's why soccer players are always scoring their goals. But you know what? Again, I appreciate what you're saying. Oh, well, that's why, particularly now in youth leagues, they've restricted or banned heading for pussy blue states like fucking any state of Massachusetts. But in real states where people believe in sport, competition, and good old American criticism, or CT soccer than American football, the answer is absolutely no. Yeah, look it up, Jen. But you know what? After the day when we didn't have this, we could have just kept on. That's right. Well, that's right. I mean, there's some of you repeat that, and then it becomes doing Rogan's podcast way back. And I just had a bunch of truisms, and he did too. And then people would check with Google. I was like, oh, annihilate. Rather than need awards, but I want friendly staff. I want to be able to get my crate leg fixed. I want to be able to get doing Rogan's podcast way back. And I just had a bunch of truisms, and he did too. And then people would check with Google. I was like, oh, annihilate. Rather than need awards, but I want friendly staff. I want to be able to get my crate leg fixed. I want to be able to get my battery checked while I'm in my car. I want to show my wash. Gotcha, O'Reilly Auto Parts in the business of keeping that stupid Tesla on the road. Alright? O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly help and service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs, no matter what piece of truck you're driving. They got you covered, man. So whether you're car expert or rookie, you'll find the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, as well as super friendly. Alright? They're your one-stop shop for all things auto part yourself. You can probably need in-store online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Hello, and welcome to Pluto, folks. If you know the name of the movie you'd like to see, just stream it for free on Pluto TV for all your blockbuster favorites trending all summer long. Catch Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy, fantastic, The Matrix Trilogy, Mean Girls, Titanic, and so much more. For sometimes, press nothing. They're free 24/7.
That is so effective.
On Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
Think your favorite theme park attraction is world class? Well, we're putting that claim to the test on For Your Amusement, the podcast where we exhaustively evaluate the world's most popular theme park rides and attractions. I'm Ryan Vergara, and I'm Ryan Wren. And on this podcast, we'll hit everything from the legendary classics to the newest headliners in full detail. That's right, the thrills, the theming, the storytelling, the history, and whether they actually deserve one attraction at a time. We're answering the ultimate question: is it truly world class? I didn't think that's great. Find out on For Your Amusement. Follow, rate, and review For Your Amusement wherever you get your podcasts. But listen, it's raining. It's really feeling plucky. It's wrong. That's one of my favorite moments in a podcast when we get excited. How do you feel about the news? I was caught off guard.
I know I said that Jim for a curve event, but Tom Segura and Christina divorced. Yeah, now we're not together 20 years, 18 years. What I say about this is, as we say, two huge expense in the household, that's a huge success. They beat your, I'm sorry, they built your mom's house network. Like, that's a success. What I'm saying is the kids. Yeah, what I'm saying is that how about a hand for two people that made it work for 18 years? That's a big deal. So I say that. And that's all I'll say about it. And I see Christina all the time at the mothership. She's awesome. And she's awesome. I wish them all the best. That's all I have to say. How do you think their show changes now that they're, do you think they're going to be more popular? I think because they're comics, and as long as they're cool, I got to know the reason for the divorce, and I have no idea what it is. As long as there's not bitterness, the bitterness will come. They're not good enough actors to not do that. If there are issues, it will come like she seems very changed and happy when I see she's a comic. So I think she'll, take the punches and keep on going. Yeah, I'll stay out of it. I don't really like to comment on any of that stuff. I don't know. Oh, I do, because it's a podcast, right? That's our job. Swish ambassador, of course. So we gotta. Yeah, that's one thing. I don't know why they're gonna divorce. I know Tim got skinny and sexy, and that's a problem. Right? Tom, what I said. You said Tim. You know what I mean? Timmy Tom. Yeah. Call Timmy no rings. Yeah, it's a bummer for the kids, because the kids are young. That's gonna be tough. Or as a kid, it's awesome too. My parents got divorced. I got 2 houses, 2 Christmases, 2 bedrooms. It was kind of a good time. As a kid, you really know what's going on. I would be bummed out, but it's when you're 8 or 9, you really don't understand what's going on. I remember when my parents would fight when I was young. I was scared. Oh yeah, they would break up. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely scary for the kiddos. I don't know how old the kiddos are, but that's why you gotta. It's okay with them. Yeah, but yeah, to continue on the show, we can only do that with another comic. Like most women are not going to continue to do a podcast with their ex-husband. That's a super rare comic. Yeah, that's not like me and Joe ever got divorced. Heaven forbid, knock on wood, there would be no podcast. She burned my fucking face. Yeah. One of the things, she's like, we're not going to be indebted. You and Amanda are launching a podcast network together. We can work cool. Yeah, but that's different. That's different than sitting down talking shop every day. The main thing is, if you have kids, you want to be friends with your ex. You have to, really. Yep. But it surprised you too, like there's this family pretty close with our kids and friends. We're at a barbecue and it's, where's Gary at? Oh, it's surprising. She's like, I don't know. You see her drink a little wine, Jerry. She's kind of going over there. And then, Jerry drinks and she's like, well, what do you guys find out now? We're gonna, you're like, oh, shit, what? I thought you guys wouldn't know. That's happening. Oh my God. Yeah, just, yeah. Relationships are complicated, difficult. It's like you gotta tend to that garden every day. Otherwise, weeds grow. Hard to do. What else you got, Jeff? All right, Thursday. I will say the Tom and Christina, they did something. Give me a list of 1,000 people. You pick this couple who's going to get divorced. They would not be on my list. They play the cat. I don't know what's going on. Maybe this has been rumbling for a while because these fans were complaining they weren't on the show together a lot. So people were speculating on it, but I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, but all the stuff I read said that it was common. They said that Tom wasn't brandishing for a little while, so people kind of picked up on it. And then they said they're going to continue the show together, which is cool. Sometimes you just grow apart 18 years. Like, Tom's a completely different human being, obviously physically, project-wise, career-wise. And you just after 18 years, like, yes, you change after 18 years, and you're constantly around. I mean, it's great to be around your partner, but constantly at work and home, everywhere. I think that's got to be, that'd be pretty tough. Yeah, it'd be tough. Yeah, if you were married, it'd be tough. But at least Tom, on the guy side of things, at least Tom got a divorce in Texas, not California. It's
it's way better get financially, yes. Alright, so this is in Valley Fair Lawn, Utah. Some random dude came up to this kiosk. He asked him, was he Muslim? There's way more to it, but in general. He asked if he was Muslim, said yes, and he started stabbing. I think he stabbed 15 times. He's in the hospital. He should be able to make it. And here's the footage of it. So these are the good Samaritans coming in to help. This guy got stabbed. This guy has a knife down the blue shirt now. What are you gonna do this in front of a pro image? I love pro image. They just stabbed because he's Muslim. And this is that's just a moment. Yeah, Tony, that's a Tony in a process. And you also got a umpire from Monaco. Oh, we knocked him out. Yeah, good for him. Knocked that motherfucker out of lip service. Oh, his wife's filming. Yep. Whose wife? I think the guy that was punching wife is when he got there, she was only that big. Yeah. There you go. So just stab him because he's Muslim. Yeah, that guy's at least my age. At least my age. Oh, yeah. So, like, it's weird when you got an old man. Oh, he's 48. What's I said 48-year-old person. Someone's really said in Utah, they suspect 48. Wow. Peter Larson, as a legend, told investigators they targeted a kiosk employee because the victim was Muslim and had been killed. According to police booking affidavit, the victim was working at a kiosk inside the mall. Kurt Monday, stabbed multiple times. Bystanders intervened. Investigators have said there's no indication the victim provoked the attack. Yeah, that guy's current life's over. That guy's life. Let me see the guy again. These people are just old. He looks like the wrong guy. He did hit the wrong guy. It's not good. Now this poor man who got stabbed. This is the second one. Let's go back to the first. Oops. Right there. Jesus. That poor guy is fucking a mess. Choke him out. Choke him on. That's like a proper stranger's thing. It clears in the background. Smells like Cinnabon and blood now. Nice punch. Nice punch. There's no way to pour your mind around to this. Yeah, it's a nice thing to have. A couple of giant tongues. So there's two. There's another big Samoan, the one holding him, and the one pushing him. Oh, tight move. Back from those big boys. Jesus. Well, that guy woke up in handcuffs. He's done. Yeah, too bad he's not dead. This happened a few days ago, but we never got to it. The snakes that loose in China snake breeding farm. So overnight, other snakes got escaped. They cobras chill like that. Some of them swim well. Some of them are venomous. Yeah, they swim well. The footage is incredible. Yeah. That's them? Yeah. That's birds. That's birds. They're not there. Those snakes, baby, we free. Come down. Great swimmers. Who's catching? Oh, you'll see them. Oh, they start catching. Oh my god, it's so many snakes though. Yeah, there's so many poisonous snakes. Oh, I've been there for the time of their lives though. The snakes are just those kids come up. Yeah, some kids come up. They're cute. They must be non-venomous. Yeah, some of them are non-venomous, but some are. Obviously, the cobras, the ones, those are kids. Oh my god, all grabbing snakes in my open. That is so great. The snake's like, what the hell? Yeah, the snake is like a little tree branch and it's moving. Wow. Cut the cobras. This is where I have different location. This thing took this out afterwards. Oh yeah, I mean, it looks like that. It's nice. Chinese come on, Jim. Yeah, what kind of Chinese? Chinese big. She's probably an Indonesian, and they should be in that water because they're probably so hard to find else there too.
Yeah, that's what you need to get out of there. Let's see what she. Jesus, I'll just play this city of Boise, and they're doing some sort of little BGCQ.
And Boise, it's a nice place.
There's really nothing to this. It's just interesting to watch. It's a handsome man.
Where on June 13th, we will be holding our second annual Pride.
Is he announcing he's in the next slap?
What's behind bringing together the community and connecting people with resources such as employment resources, housing resources, and more. And it's also really fun time to just get together. People look at things like buttons and stickers. We have codes that we can press our designs on too. And it's just a really fun time to take people together and just communicate and just be with the nation. That is the most bizarre shit I've ever seen in my life.
Everything from the background to this person, the whole thing is a train wreck. Yeah, it's really strange. Alrighty. So this Postman Connor was just odd, but then he has advertised his new Mac Energy drink. Energy.
Oh, that's the Mac Energy. Is that his wife?
Yeah, his wife. She's pretty. She looks different though.
She's been through some stuff.
Yeah, I don't think God cares about his comeback. The best part.
How does that sound?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, and I don't know. I have no clue. I do not know.
What is his marketability now?
He's still a major draw. He's still the biggest face of the UFC. You know, so Portland, Lisa Drake, or Sugar Sean, or Patty Pimlet, he outsells all of them. So I'm sure there's some sort of good compensation for him. And also, he didn't put any money up. Nothing. They just use his name and like.
The idea is to get it to a point where you can sell it.
That's all they're doing. I think they kind of look cool, though, to be honest. That can is freaking cool. I'll give you that.
Oh yeah, I like it.
Oh yeah, that's a good question. How's that sell? I don't know. I would assume it does pretty well.
He's still a very colorful personality. He's still like the biggest, right? Like my friend said that when Conor would fight, he was a bartender in New York. He made New Year's Eve. Everybody got so
That's around the world.
yeah.
I just does well to do like proper 12 shit now. Proper 12 whiskey now. But they're exploring that though. So he kept on saying, does it do the reason I got sold is because Conor McGregor, does it do that? Probably not, but I'm sure it does decent. If you have energy drinks, like there's so much competition.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree with you. It's very, very difficult with a can like that because what you have to do is there's a limited space on the distribution of trucks that actually transport you.
Yeah, it's the appeal of Conor McGregor. Like the distribution is where you make your money. Yeah. When Conor's attached to it, it's like, yeah, I'll do signing here, I'll do appearance here. So distribution, that's why they work right. Distribution's not an issue.
He can get shut.
That's why Proper 12, like, don't get twisted, Proper 12 is a shit whiskey compared to real whiskeys. But because Conor was behind it, his distribution from the jump was. It probably took Buffalo Trace. It probably took Buffalo Trace 20 years to get the distribution Conor has, so that's why it sold so fast.
And people don't realize that distribution is everything, right?
It's everything. It's everything because they're good old whiskey. They have Jack Daniels. They have all there's no space. There's no space. You gotta.
Where is it when you're walking?
Super for distribution for Conor. That's the least of his issues. go get distribution, especially in America. Now, Ireland, already. So I saw this pop up today. Nikita Hanwood wrote the alleged. Well, she got the civil suit, right? So she wrote a book. It's coming out in September. And I thought the title was just a little interesting. Nikita Hanwood is down her own words, her memoir, not the perfect victim, perhaps the doctors they get through Hedger Woods Island with. It goes to December 2018. And it wasn't far back. Listen, I'll wait for Thomas to read this and do a recap. I'll be honest, I'm glad I can read the book. When you come out with a book, you know, like, I don't know. Look at one of the journalists from Ireland who was at the trial every day. He did a whole breakdown with him. Go watch that. It's standing evidence or what? It's tough. I'm more intrigued now that this is not because what I remember she was like, I don't know if I remember correctly, but she was like praying with that other dude afterwards. And I know you see CCTV, I know you and I ride on that, right? I don't know the details, so I know. Watch the Luke stuff. It's a tough, and there are a lot of stories I don't watch it. Yeah. And these are stories, and this is a lot of details. It's tough. And when you get into a court of law, they go through every exhaustive detail. That case still going on, because just two witnesses for Connor said they saw her doing something with Connor when they actually went to get their accounts of the event. They actually, the case is it's being peaked. Yeah, but then also they're thinking some of the witnesses lie. They found that. And lying for Connor, not for the kid. As far as whatever. It's all shit. Okay, let's do this one. Some guy's wife, I guess, took money from their account to go to a Chris Brown show, and then she was one of the women that got brought on the stage, and they did, have you seen the one, she the one that gets bent over? Yeah, bro, I mean, she's one of the ones at least, because there's a video of this, she's married, but the husband was there, and she was on stage, and they basically have sex on stage. That's probably the husband's name. I think it's a different one than not always like you. No, he was not happy. You know what I'm saying? You bitch. This guy was furious. As he used to be. Old dude would be furious if they checked out on stage. On stage with his wife. Take you down there. Then you get on stage with Chris Brown, go get your shit, go get all your shit. Tell him I'll take you down here, take you down, I'm going down, take you down. Then you get on stage with Chris Brown, that's his white shit, let's take you down. I'll take you down. Okay, so I've made this point before, and I will make it again. Guys, this is the only acceptable reaction when this amount of disrespect comes from your lady. Because there's no recovery. That's what it is. It's just that's your thing. If you're a couple and you're swingers, but you do that on stage, if you do that in front of people, the swinging thing, most people aren't, right? So there are people they're all that are into this stuff, not the majority. You're taught that's the point. I'm just saying, but they exist, and so they exist, but that's an exception for most people at the Chris Brown concert are not swingers, you know what I'm saying? So he brings these shit on stage. There's a lot of dudes that are like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? Like, my wife and the other moms there, they love Chris Brown. Yeah, I think he's playing in Dallas, something like that. Like, we're going, like, no, you're not. And my wife was like, hold on. We're not sitting in the front. We're going for the music. Yeah, we would. If he even tried to get us on stage, we wouldn't have no face. Like, keep that same energy. For me, if your lady is ride or die in public for you, and she does that, you see him. Like, what are you talking about? Now, Chris Brown, I am sure, has plenty of married couples that are like, hey, hopefully people out there like that. Obviously, this is not one of those. The majority Shorty aren't gonna be like, oh, it's all good. You know? No, I mean, Shorty's not. That one must have wanted to get a divorce. She said that nothing happened, but I mean, it's just irritation. You know, it's not that, yeah, I think Chris Brown put his wiener in you. No, it's just the lack of respect for you because you came home that night, right? So it's like, you're gonna have kids in the future, maybe. Like, what are you talking about? And he's got you on a couch, dry humping you, and you're making out with him with an open mouth. And just go to Chris Brown concert. He's literally hitting this girl from the back. Married woman and husband's like, you can tell me he's fucking fume. I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. I'll probably do it on Instagram. Dude, I was on a date with a girl. Yeah. I was on a date with a girl. I liked her. We were playing pool, and there was this fucking handsome shit, 6'5" man who was jacked out of his mind. She started talking to him. It was so obvious. Check out that. Listen, she was so obvious that she dug him. And you know what I did? So I left. I didn't even say bye. I said, I got it. I understand. He's a CEO. I'm leaving. Yeah. Oh my God. No, that's the dude who threw all his shit at. What? Well, this is boozy badass, bro. But there's one where he's hitting a girl from behind. It's like, and he's just look at him. It's a deal that. No, it's not engine. It's just the. There's like a scene church Christian. A girl from behind. We're not to go to church. Oh, no, that's the couch too. That's the couch. Well, it's a thing, right? So girls want to all be part of this thing. But if you're married, how about don't do that? You would hope not. Yeah, but you know what? Everybody wants to be famous. Even if it means being a public art store. Is that the girl? But I assume that's not the same girl whose husband kicked her out. No, I'm pretty sure he's one extra trailer from behind. There's one of them where he does that. But why do I see so bad? We know he does this stuff. A celebrity on that level. But my thing is, these girls, they get caught up in the moment and then they forget that, see, I can't have that. Oh, you can't? You mean you can't? You mean the mother of your children? Would that be a problem? I mean, first of all, the guy can bug. Yeah. You know, Chris Brown's, I can't hold his whole song. There's a whole thing going on there. And I said, we're probably having some drinks, some film stuff, and then driving an ecstasy, buddy. Oh, yeah. But you know what? Again, the world's watching. How about we don't do this when the world is watching? That's true, too. Yeah, it's bad, man. I have a heart on right now, but the point is this. Handsome kid, apparently he can play ball. He's on the front. He has been a lot on the front. Listen, it's choreographed, guys, alright? It's all that. Just the sex meter hits red hot when you go to a Chris Brown concert. The sex meter hits red hot. That's all I tell you. Guy tells Chris Brown his fiance's off at the concert. Yeah. No way. Keep going. She ain't gonna do it. That's the appropriate reaction. No way. Hey, big fan? This ain't the one. I'll kill you. Alright, you'd be like, hey, look at these little ears. I'll beat up everybody on stage. Like anybody else, I'll kill you. Somewhere else. I'm fucking my girl from behind. No, I didn't really. I'll twist your head off. I'll twist your head off, dude. Yeah, anyway, we got it. I know you see him doing doggy style. Actually, him looking her in the eye might be worse. Like, that's worse. Yeah. So rude. Oh, this is another Reggie thing. Dude, Reggie is freaking hilarious. Yeah, he's a troll. He's definitely a troll. But it sounds like a real story. It's been a long time. I want to say the guy from Kim Kardashian. Yeah. Third, right. And this is when I'm back in the day, because I'm a changed man now.
doesn't mean the same time you have to
I was on a bad night. You know how you just running through smacking something. This is just like one right? Now you saw one comic. My sister's like, listen, if you really want to, you know what I'm saying, be intimate and fuck this nigga, then I need you to hop in the shower, get super clean. This was organized. Yeah, once you're done, just have the towel on. When he comes in, just take the towel off and you know, and do what you want to do, right? Or what you guys just said y'all want to do. Cool. So I walk in, she's out the shower, she takes the towel off. Pussy, titties, everything. She looked good. So I go, okay. It was this chick I was talking about right before she came in that I really was into, but I was still just trying to put numbers up, you know what I'm saying? And so I did the whole check, you know, I fingered in, and it was different. It was different than the usual test. It felt like it was a catheter. What is it called? The thing they put in here, so they don't get right away. Sometimes you can feel it. Like it's like you can feel it. Like the thing like that you put in exactly. Right. So I put a couple of girls like that in the past. You make the condom.
The IUD?
Yes. It's very sharp. So I'm thinking she got the IUD in here. So I'm like, I don't really want to go IUD tonight. Right? So we kept talking. I didn't move forward on smashing. I did suck her titty. And I admit that.
You sucked one titty?
You sucked one titty. Check this out. They were, to me, at the time, they were real titties because they were saggy. They was like super saggy, so I'm like, okay, cool. She ain't even, she got natural titties, which I love saggy titties, right? Because they can feel it when you suck them.
Yeah.
So, long story short, this is how I got titty. It's how I got my finger in. I decided to just not go there, right? And we was just friends. She was somebody stylist, real popular person stylist. So, boom, he's a straight later. The homie bangs on my door because I guess he was start fucking her. He was like, bro, that bitch was fucking with, bro. She's a man. She's a man. He was like, he was going crazy. I'm like, calm down, because my heart had dropped. Because I'm like, what you want? You know, and he told me what you want. I'm like, oh, okay. Now, I wasn't in the same position he was in, you know, so to speak. Because I didn't go all the way. But I told him, listen, you're not alone, bro. He was tripping. I said, you're not alone, bro. I definitely slipped on her titty. And I put my finger in it, right? So, just to ease his mind, because she was tripping. But they're best friends now.
The girl is hilarious.
Yeah, he's hilarious. And I got to know her, and she started showing me pictures of all the niggas in the industry she fucking.
That's
Because they probably didn't know.
Hey, can you stop this for a second for enough? Isn't he the one who said he was bleeding from his eyes? Yes. It's all this guy's great. This guy is just great. He's dying. I almost went to training. Did I? I might be gay. He does all this shit. It's great. You never know. He just hangs just out of reach. Hang on this podcast again. They confront him about being gay. Yeah. Can you ask me? He always kind of finds a way to divert it and never says. He's got a great sense of humor and he doesn't give a shit. And he's probably smart part of his words about manipulating. He's way smart. Yeah. He's smart, like crazy like a fox. Yeah. He's smart. He's really good with it. Yeah. Probably, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, hanging out with him socially, he's probably great. He's all the shit goes away. Yeah. Most people I know say he's awesome. Yeah. Oh, Carol, this is hilarious. You just say this thing right because, man, I'm never bring my girlfriend to a fight ever again. Look at this. Yeah. I don't know what they're going to bring Moreno. Took me a while to find her, to be honest, because this girl's all hot. Oh, that's his girl. Yeah. I'm married to an she's a porn star, and I think he's dating someone else. I don't know how they were sitting together. I wonder how they were. Interesting. I'm sure it was more coincidence. She's a porn star? Yeah, via these fighters. I'll bring her up for a second to make sure, because she's gorgeous. So he's just joking and saying, I'm going to bring my girl to the fight again. I think, I don't know enough about this, but this is what I learned about lawyers. I'm familiar with her too. Yeah. She looks tiny. Like big. Yeah. She looks different than this, man. I don't know if that's her. I think it's her. She's got a nose job. Yeah. Alright. Really? I can't. She just looks a little different, but her nose looks. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. It's hilarious though, because Brandon was able to bring my girl to the goddamn fights because nobody else gonna know. Nobody paid attention to her. That's really funny. What else you have, Jim? Yeah, it's hilarious. Okay, so I don't know what happened to this guy, but I saw this video. I was infuriated, but go ahead and you guys give your take. And this is out at Jersey Mike's, I believe. Where you guys based? Yeah. So, okay, this girl comes in, and it's her birthday.
Yeah, who you talking to? Yeah, I bet you won't say nothing now. Yeah, what you say? Get the fuck out, right? Yeah, that's what you said, right? No, and don't try to be nice. You said get the fuck out, right? You said get the fuck out, right? Say it now. Say get the fuck out. Okay, yeah, okay. Journey type. Yeah. Because it's my birthday and I asked for birthday gift. Okay. Yeah, okay. Why don't you lose your job? Right, not saying anything to you. Now, why don't you lose your job, David? Yeah, it's on my birthday. That's how I get treated on my birthday at Jersey Night. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Keep going. And you're going to have a whole lot of sleep. You got the right one to play with. You don't need nobody to play out.
If you work at a McDonald's, a Jersey Mike's, you deal with that at least once a day. Actually, if you only deal with it once a day, it's a good day. I would freaking get out. I'd be like, just get out. If she's asking for free McDonald's, and I would deal with that shit. Like the weirdest stuff. Why are I waiting for my fries? People freaking out. She wants a free sandwich because it's her birthday. They should walk with the fucking birthday. All people love that one. Do they want to make sure it's out of a free sandwich? I'm like, wait, so ladies, so you understand, millions of people have birthdays every day. You think we're doing that much? Well, it's not. They're being mad about it. Yeah, it's really bad. But his face is hilarious. Yeah. He's done. Okie dokie. Alright, buddy. Jesse, let's just do one more. This is Shakur's 5 days old. Yeah, Shakur's and Shakur go at it. So, Shakur tells me to go boxing. So basically, Shannon Sharp was saying that Shakur's an elite fighter, but as far as entertainment, he ain't ready enough. And then this is what happens after. Again, if you know Shannon, I grew up in Denver, Broncos fan. Shannon's a legend. You can do no wrong. But like Mark Reicher's been on Shannon's show. A bunch of guys have. His team's not Shannon. His team has questions to make sure it goes viral. It's controversial. So they know if I bring in this guest, Shannon's just going to ask questions so they can clip it so it goes viral. So Shannon going, you're elite, but you're not entertaining. Like, can you imagine? Shakur's thing, so can you imagine saying that? You're elite, but you're not very entertaining. We would never. But for Shannon, this is what he does. If somebody say something that you don't want to hear, you assume, well, I don't value your opinion because you're not a boxing opinion. I assume that you don't know shit about boxing. That's all I'm trying to do. You don't know shit about basketball, but you got an opinion. I ain't trying to debate. If I'm sitting here with Kawhi Leonard, I'm not trying to debate with Kawhi Leonard in my back. I'm not that angry. I can't have no opinion. What I'm trying to tell you is you're being ignorant. That's it. I get all that. That's why you're being ignorant. Ignorant is something that should never come out of your mouth. Because you don't have a mouth. I'm not circling around you. That's going to tell you a lot. You respect this. I've never put up with you. She was saying,
smarter than somebody else. They call me be ignorant when it comes to the sport. That's fair. That's what you're being ignorant. How much your side on this me too? Shannon doesn't believe in Shannon would never do anything. Shannon's just a producer. Created all this stuff. I don't like that shit in order to go viral. Yeah. So you bring Shakur Singleton on and like you're a boxer, you're not very entertaining. Shit, that's not Shannon. He's not a bad guy. It's also, I think Shannon would know how hard it is to beat Shakur Singleton to get to that level of boxing. Boxing's fun. But to Shannon's point, like, he signed a major deal, and this is why. Like, his producers, and then make sure you ask this question. I bet Shannon's like, now eventually he made a deal with the Devils again, no problem. I would imagine at the start, Shannon's like, what? Yeah, I'm not bringing Tom Brady out and telling me slower, more athletic. Yeah, like, that's crazy. Well, you want to get that $50 million contract with Spotify? What the fuck is that? Yeah. So that, you make that deal with the Devils. Yeah. I love Shannon. When the sex tape came out, it was hilarious. Yeah. One of the greats. Oh, yeah. Did he ever go back to ESPN after that? But he didn't need to. Makes more money podcast, that's right. Yeah. Did you see Bud Light dropped doesn't worry? Officially? Yeah, they remember all the words. That's so fucked up. Yeah, it's fucked up, but on my super chat, this Black Ross, he's a black dude. I come in, and if you're Bud Light, you want to like rally around us right now, support it, go so much further, and he made a good point. Black Ross goes, you're missing the point. They didn't drop him because he's having an alcohol issue, got drunk. They dropped him because he's in the end. Yeah, that's right. Like, oh, what am I thinking about? That's right. Dustin went to high school and went all black in high school. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you get a free pass. That's what it is. He'll be on timeout. Yeah, he'll be all right. Yeah, no timeout for him. He'll be fine. All right, is that it? Yeah, that's it. You're going to be at Goobies. That's Goobies, baby. Baltimore. You got to stay in that one area of Baltimore now, right? It's the wire outside that. There's the wire. Well, yeah, it's actually in the outskirts. We'll be fine. We're good. Oh, you're not in, you're not the Baltimore, right? It's San Antonio, Texas. Well, Comic Cup. They haven't been there in a while. Can't wait. We got COVID there. That's right. July 24, 25, 26, we got COVID. That's exactly what we caught it. But it'll be a COVID-free zone. We're going to have some fun. We're going through a COVID cloud. Packed house. High-fiving. In the middle of the first one. Yeah. Taylor's a good thing that reminds me of doing this with Matt Arsenal. Yeah, COVID, but he's one of the best. Joey is, no kidding. He's down to kill the ball. That's great. I think as soon as he moves in, but he's getting a house here, but just going to come back and forth. Yeah, I guess, with his family, but he's getting a house here. Our kids are not going to be bad kids. That's it. Just fire kid. We're out.
Version of work with that 36, 31, 36, 135, 26, 235, 34, 36, 325, 27, 33, 66, 395, 117, 33, 01, 31, 31, 37, 46, 87, I've been dealing with this for 22 days. 125 days, which is insane.
I get asked about the Sitra Achra, or the other side, in the Klipot, or the demonic hosts left over in the process of creation, are absolutely among the most common for whatever reason. I suppose it's the same reason people go to car crashes or watch scary movies, just like edgy, dark stuff for whatever reason. Despite this interest in the Sitra Achra and the Klipot, the availability of reliable information on these topics from traditional sources of the Kabbalah is conspicuously absent in non-traditional literature and online generally. Of course, there are lots of books out there, but that's mostly in the more edgy regions of the occult that want to teach us about the Klipot and the Sitra Achra. Though, to be honest, having looked through a few of these, it's as if some of these authors have virtually no background knowledge of the text actually foundational to the Kabbalah, especially the Zohar. Of course, people are welcome to make up whatever they like, even though traditional stuff was made up in the 13th century, but I'd like to fill in a bit of that gap about the Sitra Achra and the Klipot by focusing on the origins of these concepts in the early Kabbalah, especially in the oldest strata of those texts in the Sefer Zohar, radiance from the 13th century. What we'll find is an incredibly complicated, though not terribly systematic account of the origin, agenda, and the ultimate purpose of evil that points radically version of all other accounts of the predominant evil in the Abrahamic faiths. In this moderated, dualistic account, evil has its own origins in the realm of the divine. It plays a decisive role in the process of redemption before finally being obliterated at the end of days with the coming of the Messiah. It is from this realm that it strikes and learns the modes by which it is to be appeased with its origins and destiny bound up in the metaphysical dynamism mirrored by the divine Sefirot. Let's turn to the Book of Radiance, the Sefer Zohar, and explore the world of the Sitra Achra on the other side, populated with the shells or husks of the Klipot. All it may turn out may be to protect the divine as much as to resist it. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics of esotericism, including curated playlists. Also, want to support my work offering accessible, scholarly, free content on topics of esotericism here on YouTube for free. I hope you consider supporting me on my Patreon with a one-time donation. You can just use the super thanks option that you can find below the video. But now, let's turn to the other side, to the dross of gold, the lees of reality itself, the Sitra Achra in the world of the Klipot. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane, history, philosophy, and religion. It probably goes without saying that the problem of evil, how divine goodness could allow, much less produce demonic evil, has haunted religious beliefs since there have been such beliefs. And, of course, the answers to this question over the millennia are staggering in their variety, from assuming radical dualism to just rejecting the concept of God in toto. Generally speaking, Western philosophy and religion living in the philosophical shadow cast by Plato has generated two principal solutions to this problem. The first is some form of dualism with good and evil ontologically distinct with their own metaphysical independence, though often locked in some kind of struggle that eventually has good winning out, at least in the end. The other position asserts that only divine goodness truly can be said to exist, with evil being a kind of lack. This is evil as privation theory. This latter theory of evil as privation has obviously carried the day among Orthodox Abrahamic theologians and philosophers, including Judaism, up until around the 13th century and the rise of the Kabbalah. Around this time, early speculative Kabbalists, especially those from Girona and Castile in Spain, began to look at the origins of evil within the process of divine emanation itself, specifically in the moment of emanation associated with divine judgment, or the sphere of Goth, deem judgment. Here, Kabbalists recognizing the blind, or better, I think, Sabina Hor, Aramaic for the one full of light, who was born blind, but he could see light that us humans can't see. He argued that evil was simply the quality of divine judgment, inflamed by human misdeeds, such that beyond a certain point of moral failure, divine wrath, unchecked by divine mercy, will lash out on us sinners. In this theory, evil was that very lashing out akin to a kind of divine loss of temper. Maybe a temper tantrum. Though here evil is still highly, even mechanically moderated, and certainly has no ontological independence. It's simply the excess of divine judgment is pure wrath that can be said to be evil at all. This position would be taken up and dramatically deepened by the Coen brothers of Castile, as opposed to the Coen brothers of the Big Lebowski. And their treatise on the emanations of the left-hand side of the monographs of elite, they would posit that the production of evil as an ontologically distinct and quasi-independent reality arose in the process of creation itself. Here, the very process of creation generates an entire demonic realm, some of which are even aborted during the process of emanation, while others seem to endlessly multiply, filling out the universe with evil upon evil, even reaching up to and threatening the throne of heaven itself. Ultimately, our universe becomes a kind of battleground between the divinely good emanations and the divinely demonic emanations. That battle only being settled at the very end of time with the final coming of the Messiah. Now, this text is fabulously baroque, and while I've done an entire episode on it, which is recorded above, there's just no substitute for reading it for yourself. My episode really scratches the surface of how weird and wonderful this text is. It's perhaps one of the most daring mythological texts in all of Jewish theology. And while many of the details are idiosyncratic to that text, the core idea of the origins of evil can be found in the process of divine emanation and creation itself, and that process created a quasi-independent demonic mirror image of the divine world, are taken directly up in the most fundamental text of the Kabbalah, the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance. The Zohar, as you probably know, is a late 13th century Jewish mystical anthology primarily concerned with esoteric exegesis of scripture in the interest of developing and expounding upon a tenfold system of divine emanation known as a Sefirot. Of course, it's the foundation of the Kabbalah, and in many ways has gone on to scriptural status of Judaism along with the Talmudic literature and, of course, the Bible. It's also had a decisive impact on development of Western esotericism more generally. In fact, one might actually made up of various layers of genres of mystical literature and rarely proceeds in a systematic form. You're not going to open the Zohar to say chapter 8 and get something like the origins and nature of evil. Rather, discussions on this topic and really every topic in the Zohar are spread through the massive region of Zoharic literature, making even gathering them together really challenging. Further, the circle composing the Zohar are just as much interested in speculation, philosophical experimentation, and following often perplexing logic to its end, rather than presenting it like a systematic theology that being produced by folks like Thomas Aquinas over there and Paris around the same time, actually. So what we'll see in our discussion on the origin, nature, function, and destiny of evil in the Zohar, on multiple layers and accounts, is that many of the narratives don't exactly make logical sense together, but for which there is a kind of thematic harmony, especially in terms of the soteriology or the period of redemption to be found in the Zohar. This general lack of a systematic theory of evil, or actually just a general disinterest in systematic theology, philosophy, and theology of the Zohar, to be honest, is part of what makes the text so challenging and alluring to study. The Zohar Aramaic was composed in a deeply laconic style that developed, but outside of all those difficulties, it's just, let's dive in. The core idea the Zohar develops is that divinity and creation are a process of emanations, of which 10 elements in that process are metaphysically distinct. Those are the 10 spherot. The Zohar is also keenly interested in the origins, nature, activity, and the final destiny of evil, perhaps more so than any other such mystical text that at least I know of. But if all of reality is just a process of divine unfolding, how does evil come into existence and persist at all? The Zohar provides several non-commiserate, or systematic theology here, several non-commiserate answers, of which one is basically canon. In one narrative, the existence of evil is always bound up eternally within the divine Godhead itself, in the primal sphere of Keter, crown, and in order to emanate reality itself, these forces of evil had to be explicated from the divine. Thus, pre-Sephirotic realities actually came into existence only to be destroyed in the process of this pre-creative divine purification. The Zohar argues, that this process was hinted at in what is otherwise a kind of throwaway list of 10 kings of Edom that died in Genesis 36. But once purged of this primeval evil, this process of emanation could begin, and the shards of evil left behind in that primal self-purification become the foundations for the dimension of evil, the other side, or the Sitra. In another account, evil emerges at the opposite end of the Sephirotic system, where the red of Gevurah, or Shabbat divine judgment, is poured like magma into the purple of Malchut. This flow ruptures Malchut and outpours a stream of filthy mud associated with the primordial, unformed matter called Torah in the Genesis creation stories. According to this passage, this primordial Torah, or unformed primeval mud, is the origin of evil in the cosmos. Interestingly, this is the only passage that I know of in the mass of Zohar literature where evil and matter are linked, and otherwise contrary some Platonic and Gnostic theories of evil. And yet another more mythological account, the creation of the luminaries that Metal wrote to the sun and moon, are linked to the origins of evil. In this account, the light from the luminaries or Metal wrote in Hebrew is diminished, especially the light of the moon, for various reasons, which the moon complains about. With this diminishing of its divine light, notice the word for luminaries is defectively spelled in Hebrew, a specific font there, such that rather than reading Metal wrote or luminaries, one should read Meherot or
curse. With this divine light diminished, this allows the world of evil to come into being, or at least the world to be unleashed, causing all manner of mayhem, seduces enemy, all kinds of stuff. And yet another account, there is a specific Sitra Achra for the Sphira of Chokmah, or wisdom, where 10 perverse forms of Chokmah are generated in the form of sorcery, 9 of which are sent over to Egypt, and the last of these evil sorcery Chokmah are actually distributed to the rest of the world. Interesting, these various accounts of the origins of evil were actually secondary in the Kabbalah to the more standard account found most often in the Zohar. Here, evil emerges from the sphere of Ra, the strict judgment, unchecked by divine mercy or chesed. Rather than being merely a punishment mechanism whereby human foibles inflame it, like we found in secular war, the forces of severe judgment actually produce a kind of parallel, alternatively demonic mirror-imaged version of the Sephirotic system itself. This demonic realm is referred to sometimes as Reshut Achara, other dominion, but most commonly simply as Sitra Achra, the other side. This demonic mirror image of the divine Sephirotic system is most systematically detailed in Zohar Volume 2, 242b to 244b, where it emerges from a smoky darkness called the hopeless called Kaspia, the very shadow of death, which expands into pillars of darkness between the inverse of divine beauty, Tiferet, and sovereignty, mouthed as the demonic couple, Samael and Lilith. This demonic male-female polarity generates a series of lower crowns or breaths, like the divine breath Ruach, which gives life. This was the breath of worthlessness, upon the dual sense in Hebrew of the word heaven, we found in the book of Ecclesiastes. All of which are arranged in a series of anti-Sephirotic knots, or Kishrim. These knots, or Kishrim, form the inverse divine body, and given they all fundamentally emerge from furious judgment, they're all various species of anger, rage, wrath, hatred, as informed by the Samael Lilith polarity here, again an inverse of the Tiferet mouth polarity. The discussion of these anti-Sephirotic knots is extremely convoluted when attempting to create an exact Sitra Achra configuration that is corresponding to the traditional Sephirotic configuration proves honestly really challenging, and there have been debates about how exactly these correspondences work that have raged for centuries now. Regardless, it's really here in the Zohar that the world of evil, the Sitra Achra, which emerges from the deep of Ra, truly takes on something of its own life. But what does it do? The primary agenda of the Sitra Achra and its demonic population is to feed upon the divine emanations to maintain its existence first and foremost. Then further it feeds on human beings giving into their own evil inclinations or methods of Ra in order to fully escape their realm and lead an attack on the Shekhinah, or the divine feminine presence, in the hopes of ultimately destabilizing the entire Sephirotic system. The Sitra Achra is fundamentally sterile and seeks to cure its inherent worthlessness by compromising the divine realm. In fact, the Zohar describes the powers of Sitra Achra locked in a struggle with divine Shekhinah, such that the balance of human sin can even temporarily prevent Shekhinah from protecting the righteous from the powers of the other side. Unlike a rebellious, satanic figure, the Sitra Achra is actually sustained with a small amount of the divine flow. After all, it's fuels divine punishment and is a necessary part of the Sephirotic system. Further, according to the Zohar, the forces of Sitra Achra aren't to be totally resisted, even by human beings. In fact, there are two parallel concepts in the Zohar about the proper interaction with the Sitra Achra that humans should, in fact, have. You're actually commanded to interact with Sitra Achra. The First is that some aspect of many divine commandments are actually there to appease the other side. This is the idea of throwing the dog a bone. And that's in fact just how the Zohar has it. Thus, some aspects of the sacrifices make their way to Sitra Achra and is given the non-Shabbat days of the week, power over the non-Israelite nations. Even the hair poking out of the tefillin is for Sitra Achra. The goat Azazel is a kind of appeasement for Sitra Achra. Even human sleep, which the Talmud reminds us is 1/60th of death, is a boon given over to Sitra Achra. Even told that by not appeasing Sitra Achra, this actually inflames its rage all the more and works, in fact, for the delay divine redemption. Job, the Zohar has it, is in the court of Pharaoh, like Moses. Pharaoh was overly righteous and did not appease Sitra Achra, thus delaying the ability of the Israelites to come to know their God. Thus, while Sitra Achra is evil, it's still part of the divine plan of creation and redemption, and thus must have its own share. Further, Sitra Achra functions as both the test of the righteous, but also a means of punishment for giving in to the Yitzhahara inclination. To be fully righteous, as the Lord has it, is only possible if one descends fully into the realm of the Sitra Achra. With all of its temptations, one must resist them and emerge pure. That's when the patriarchs in the Bible said to go down to Egypt. They're really descending according to the Zohar into the depths of evil, some of whom fail in the Bible. Breeding grounds for further demonic powers like Adam spent like 133 years breeding demons and fornicating. The idea of descending into the depths of Sitra Achra proved decisive on later theories of salvation and was deeply perverted in the devotion of Of course, given that the Sitra Achra is constructed of rage, anger, and hatred, it's unsurprising that it's from the inner recesses of this region that divine wrath is forged and unleashed upon the sinful world as well. Even the angel of death thought the Zohar to be a combination of both the demon Samael and Lilith, the one entity, who are set about their task in the service of divine justice and redemption. They're not opponents of God, they're actually part of the divine plan itself. In some extended discussions, the Zohar prefers to describe the Sitra Achra in more mythological, even Lovecraftian rather than theosophical terms. To be honest, these sections are among the most difficult and perplexing in the entire Zohar. At Zohar volume 234a to 35b, the text describes a primordial period before the creation where great sea monsters lived in the infinitely black abyss. To create, the divine destroyed one of these sea monsters, Leviathan, to come, by the way, but another male monster continued to dwell in the abyss. When the divine light was created, just enough that it could reach down into the murky depths and feed this monster, but not enough to penetrate the gloom cast by his shadow. And into the shadow, feeding off of the divine light, the monster was able to escape into the vast primeval rivers and channels, filling them with his power. These channels in the dark become the world of the inverted spherot, the Sitra Achra, which fish demons cultivate into kind of false portals, demoness are created and flourish. From this primeval snake monster come all the similar such beings, such as the one that seduced Adam and Eve. While never becoming a dominant narrative in the Kabbalah, the struggle with the primeval snake certainly evokes very ancient Mediterranean mythologies. I should also say that while these mythological sections never really take precedent over the more dominant speculative philosophical material, they did have a substantial impact on the development of Shabbatinian theology. In fact, the Gaza's Derushatim, or the trees on the dragons, is perhaps the most important text in Shabbatinian theology and Messianism, and is directly based on these sections. They're really a commentary in some ways of these sections on the Zohar. Now, as you may have noticed, I've not gone through and enumerated the name and nature of the inverted world of the Sitra Achra and its anti-Sephiroth world, the Nuns. The reason for that is the Zohar never really does so either.
Now, I've seen lists of these negative spherot or klipot, or the klipot in there. But the truth of the matter is that Zohar never really gives a systematic account of them. At Zohar 2:242, we do get a pretty detailed list of the various forms of anger, wrath, hatred that kind of seem to trap to the Sphirot, but it's hard to do a one-to-one match, as I mentioned earlier. Further, even the number of the nodes in the Sitra Alpha isn't fixed. Sometimes it's 10, like the Sphirot, but just as often it's just 7. There were no mirrors, for instance, for the 3 synchronous Sphirot of Keter, which actually makes a good deal of sense given the inventory logic. So generally, and the traditions is inheriting from the trees left-hand side. At Zohar 1:46, there is an enumeration of the 7 lower breaths or vanities, which kind of seem like the structure of the Sitra. In another place, there are only 4 husks or shells, the infamous klipot, as we'll see in a moment. But in the later 14th century Raya Hindu literature, the faithful shepherd stratum of the Zohar, there is already some attempts to systematize these knots or kishrim husks. In that, the later layer of literature, which is incorporated in the main body of the Zohar, we do have shechit, or destroyer, as it can be called, chesed, af, or anger, ra, chemah, or wrath, or tiferet. Another section of Raya Hindu enumerates evon, or inagit, or formlessness, or void, aish, or fire, tehom, deep. But it isn't clear at all in the text which Sphirot is meant to correspond to if they do at all. Further, this discussion also brings us to the specific matter of the shells or the husks being klipot, which do factor into this discussion. But at this early juncture in the development of the Kabbalah, it isn't actually really clear how. In fact, Raya inaugurated the period of systematizing commentaries on the Zohar that continued to be written into the contemporary period. And as we'll see, the period of the klipot in the Sitra Achra, the Sphirot, are not at all forecasted in the Zohar. To understand this earliest conception of the shells or the husks, the klipot, it's important to understand that the Zohar typically imagines a sphere as nested one inside the other, rather than the more typical Eitz Chaim or tree-like configuration that I'm sure all of you have seen. In fact, the Zohar tells us that each layer is a husk or a klipah and a kernel for the shell above it, nested a bit like Russian dolls. Now, recall way back toward the beginning of the episode where I was enumerating a few of the origin stories from the Sitra Achra. Remember the one in which evil actually existed internally within the realm of Keter, the very first Sphirah, only to be initially shed in the pre-creations, which were destroyed before the process of evolution began. Those shards of evil that originated within Keter were thrown off in the process of these pre-creations, but remained in the primordial deep of the Tehom. We pick back up on that narrative in Zohar 2:2-3a, where on the 6th day of creation, Shekhinah is ascending on the first Shabbat to be reunited with her lover, Tiferet. But during her journey to her lover, she is ambushed by these primordial husks, the klipot, to trap her and steal her divine energy. Perhaps they even seek to ascend back to the realm of Keter, where they were originally expelled. In a rather extraordinary passage in the Zohar, almost unique in the literature, we learn how the klipot themselves manifest as a series of 4 expanding fires or various colors. Their names derive from Ezekiel 1:4, the outermost of the dangerous klipot. 4 is Ruach Sa'ara, the storm of wind. 4 then Ish, the Chachet, or the flaming fire, the flashing fire, and finally the one nearest to the divine light, Noga, or brightness. This final klipot, Noga, is close enough to the divine light not to be wholly distinct. In fact, this final klipot is a kind of admixture of good and evil, such that it surrounds and protects the Holy Shekhinah from the forces of the Sitra Achra. Generally, here again we find the idea of appeasing the Sitra Achra with the divine feminine providing some kind of nourishment to the klipot of Noga, at the same time resisting the other forces of evil. especially to formlessness and void, respectively, and even their relationship with the sphere to one another. In fact, there's even a brief mention in the Zohar where it appears that the klipah, or the husk, is actually taken from Sitra Achra from each of the spherot as kernels, only to be cast aside in the process of nation, giving a kind of primeval ontological priority to the people themselves. They seem to come first in a weird way. It's worth noting again that the fourfold system of the Klipot developed in the Zohar are very different in structure and purpose for the 10 or 7 knobs at the end of the world of the Sitra Achra, though they will be largely assimilated into that configuration in later Kabbalistic speculation, especially those of Isaac Luria and his disciples. Though this fourfold system never totally goes away either, speculation of the Klipot will reach fantastic heights. Depths, I suppose, like the later Lurianic and Shavuotian systems, it would have its greatest systematic treatment in the Sefer Kodai, or the Book of Horns, but is also extensively treated in the Tanya, the definitive text of Kabbalah POAs for the Kabbalah tradition. As I mentioned early on, the Zohar does not present us with a systematic theory of evil, either in the origins, nature, activity, or final destiny of the Sitra Achra or the Klipot. But certain themes do seem to predominate and reoccur enough internal consistency to see why certain ideas do relate to the Kabbalah directly, and others have to be integrated and systematized with a lot less precision. This is a bit more like a John Coltrane jazz creation of the theme of Sitra Achra rather than a Thomistic examination of the nature of evil in some philosophical sense. To be sure, however, the conception of evil found in the Sefer Zohar is truly daring